the Delaware Valley and beyond. And as I say that, I get a lot of head shakes at me because I said it's a beautiful morning. There's not a lot of happy people in these studios today.
We're happy. We're just hesitant to be happy.
That's Amy Fadul joining us all day long today with her Kentucky jersey. The wholesome Amy Fadul.
I grabbed the first sweatshirt, and after listening to the morning show, I felt like it was very important that I wore this sweatshirt.
I can't say that you're. I said wholesome, and then I thought about the video that you were showing me of you guys watching the game last night, and the words that you used. I take
clean.
wholesome away.
I was clean. I was angry, but I was clean.
Okay. Ray Dunn, how are you today? Are you recovered? Are you okay?
No, I'm still devastated.
Yeah, it's
okay.
bad.
No, this is not good for me. I'm not in a good space today.
Yeah, look,
I'll be honest with you.
We're going to talk through it.
I
don't know if I'm going to get through it.
I'm not going to sit here and be Bobby positive. I like that. That was horrible. Those last 30 seconds. All of us probably were on our phones texting. I have to tell some of our beautiful listeners out there, YouTube people, all that. I don't tweet or text during games. I'm not being mean. I can't sit on my phone during a game and give my opinion of a play and read text and go back. I watch the game, and I apologize if I don't answer your texts, your tweets. I can't, and part of it is my dumbness, Aim. I can't do two things at once.
That's all right.
No,
it's all right.
And it amazes me how people have all their feelings out on text during a game, and I'm afraid I'm going to miss something. So they're better than me. So my apologies to people out there, that texted and tweeted at me, but I just can't.
That's all right.
But anyway, as you were doing a post-game show until midnight last night. I was telling you, I was on the phone with NBA people until after midnight last night. A lot of stuff went down in that game. I got a text from my son before we get to our front page. I got a text from my son that sums up myself. Sent the text. I said, my God, we are so alike. And this is just to let people know out there in the avenue that we're going to travel today a little bit. I don't look at referees first. I never have. I just don't. There are so many plays the Sixers did not make down the stretch and all that. Yes, I do understand, and we're probably going to have the last 2-minute report come out in a little bit, and I would be shocked if there wasn't an admission of error on the last 30 seconds, a minute of the game, at least one or two. But I don't go there first. That's just me. I'm not saying I'm right. It was the way I was raised. It's what I was taught. Always look inward, and so that's where I am going to go first. We will, of course, talk about what you thought of the game, the refereeing, all of it, because it's all encompassing in a game. I'm just telling you the way I'm made.
It wasn't
I
your
don't
first
look
thought.
there first.
Okay.
And, my son's text to me was exactly that. And I should read it, but I don't feel like it. I should read it verbatim because it is exactly my thoughts. So I think it was something to the tune of, I hope to God you're not going to open the show talking about the referees after the Sixers didn't do this, and this. And then he said, do you know what? I had the same amount of rebounds in the second half as Joel Embiid, Dad. So there's that. So there's a lot to talk about today.
And you ripped his joke off for me.
Wait, say that again?
You told me that same joke this morning when I walked in.
I did. I said, Amy, you had as many rebounds as Joel Embiid in the second half.
Give credit where credit's due.
I will. Way to go, Kyle. Thank you for all the
Kyle.
material. We appreciate you. See you on Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, before we dive deep into all the stories of the game, well, we got to look at the front page first.
Now, the front page. The stories everyone's talking about. 97.5, The Fanatic.
All right, as we know, Sixers go down 2-0. Amy, we've had a double doink. We've had a quadruple doink. Was that the single doink that we saw last night?
It was
from
the luckiest
Jalen
bounce.
Brunson? Oh, my God.
Of course that went in.
So he hits a three with 27.1 seconds to go. The Sixers were up 5, 101-96. With 27.1 seconds to go, up 5. Of course, Brunson hits the three-pointer, make it 101-99. Sixers turn it over on an inbounds pass. Hartenstein gets an offensive rebound on a missed Dante DiVincenzo 3. What in the hell happened there? That's going to be a talking point. DiVincenzo then does nail a 3 to make it 102-101. Sixers get the ball. They run a play. Amy, you are a glutton for loveliness when it comes to inbounds plays with this 76ers team.
Love me a good inbounds, as long as it's Nico Batum, the one inbounding.
So they throw the ball in the backcourt to give Maxey a running start.
Correct.
I I hear you. I don't mind. The result is probably giving a hint to this opinion, but was there any options? I don't know. They give Maxey the ball. They tell him to go one-on-one. He had the right matchup. He beat his man. He went to his left. Which was a bone of contention for some people who will probably be brought up later on in this show. And he goes to his left. Hartenstein makes a nice play, makes a great block. Boom, that's done. They make 2 foul shots. Sixers get the ball back, down 3 with, 3 seconds to go?
Just under, like 2.8.
And I don't know what happened there. It was actually 6 seconds to go. I'm sorry.
When the shot,
6.1. And the Sixers give it to Maxey again. He dribbles, and then says, here, Joe, you take it. And they don't even get a shot off, so they lose the game 104-101. Where is the bench? What is going on here? A point of talk over the last few weeks was, well, this might be the best crew surrounding Joel Embiid since the playoff run has started. And we but talked about that back and forth. Bench is just nowhere to be found. And Joel Embiid combined for 69. So you have all that and more. Game 3, Thursday, 7th, Wells Fargo Center. Sunday, that's 1 o'clock Sunday, am I correct? 1 o'clock Sunday, also at the Wells Fargo Center. Needless to say, must-win games for your 76ers. Your Philadelphia Phillies, let's go to the bright spot, Ray. This will make you smile. They win their 7th straight, 7-0 over the Cincinnati Reds. Ranger Suarez, 7 innings pitched, 2 hits, no earned run, 5 strikeouts. I'll tell you what, there is no Philly that puts a smile on my face quicker than Ranger Suarez. They just show him, and I smile. Makes a nice play in the field last night, a little line drive over his head, jumps up and catches it, and he's like, yep, that's what I do here. I love watching him field. He's now 4-0 with a 130. You want to hear impressive? I'll give you impressive, Mr. Dunn. Last 7 games, the starters for your Philadelphia Phillies, 51.2 innings pitched, 2/3 of an inning, not 0.2, 2/3. Somebody gets carried away with that. 24 hits, 3 earned runs, 9 walks, 53 strikeouts. It's an ERA approaching a half a run over 7 starts. It's awesome. Cody Clemens comes up last night. He goes 2 for 4 with a home run, 3 RBI. He was replacing Bryce Harper, who's on paternity leave. So his wife's going to go, they're going to go 3 for 3.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that the saying now, 3 for 3?
3 for 3.
Yeah. Okay. Alec Boehm
say.
last night, 2 for 4. He's up to 295. And it's more than that. He looks really good up at the plate. He pulls balls. He goes with pitches. Last night, I think he had 1 hit right down the left field line, another hit right down the right field line. He goes where the ball is, and he's been looking really good. Tonight, Christopher Sanchez goes at the Reds, 6:40 start. Your Philadelphia Eagles, they're still at number 22. And maybe that'll change before Thursday, before the NFL draft. I don't think it will change before then, but no. I wouldn't be surprised if it changes on draft night. Yeah, exactly. So that's the local scene. On the national scene, and we're going to play this cut right now before we get to some Nick Nurse and Joel Embiid cuts. But LeBron James last night, his team loses a heartbreaker. Murray hits a 15-footer with no time to go. The Lakers go down to the Nuggets by 2. And after the game, LeBron James was asked about the refereeing of his game, because apparently, I didn't watch it in all honesty, apparently there was an egregious non-call, according to LeBron, but he had to incorporate also your Philadelphia 76ers.
I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D-Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. I'm sorry I didn't answer your question, but that and then I just saw what happened with the Sixers Knicks game too. What are we doing?
LeBron James watched the Sixers-Knicks game and came away with it going, what are we doing?
Yeah, what's happening here?
What are we doing? So there is a heightened alert about what's going on in the NBA. As I said, I'm not ignoring it. I do not ignore it at all. I see it. I understand it. I was upset just like you people were out there. It is not my number It's not the top of my list. That's all. That's just the way I am. I'm not telling you you're wrong if you believe that's why the Sixers lost the game. There were other things, Aim.
Oh, there's a lot.
There was a lot of other things. And last night, Nick Nurse came out and spoke, and it's one of my subjects that I want to talk about. Had some things right away to say about the refereeing last night.
The first thing is, obviously, they score. We take a look at getting it in quick. We don't get it in quick. I call timeout. Referee looked right at me, ignored me, went into Tyrese. I called timeout again. Then the melee started. And, yeah, I mean, I guess I got to run out onto the floor or do something to make sure and get his attention. But I needed a timeout there to advance it. Would have been good, but couldn't get it.
Okay. I hear all that. I have watched endless tape of it. I have been in touch with people in the league who have taken snapshots, circled pictures, this and that and the other. And I told you endlessly for more than an hour last night talking to people on that. Your thoughts, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you're not going to put the refs at the top, and I don't think anybody is going to put them at the top, but it is pretty egregious to not have something called on that final sequence. Did the Sixers fail to box out? Did they fail to get the ball inbounds properly? Yes, those are all true. But also, there's clearly a miscall. And the thing is, if you watch it again, it looks like Nick Nurse, and we're zooming in. And the thing is, with the replay, you can zoom in.
Yeah.
That's how this whole thing works. So whatever, people can be like, oh, I can't say. It is bang, bang play. So it looks like he calls timeout. A lot of guys call timeout like that. Like I watched Jim Lynam old tapes recently because he's last time the Knicks.
There's tape of Jim Lyman calling timeouts.
Shockingly.
Huh?
And he calls it real authoritatively, like he's swiping his finger across and the top, like to make the tee. So Nick Nurse does that. It doesn't get called, or it doesn't get acknowledged, I should say. Then you see the inbounds, and it looks like Maxey corrals the ball. He tries to call it again, and he does step. There's a ref coming down the court because he realizes now there's not an outlet pass. There's not going to be a fast break. You see him scoot quickly. Nick Nurse steps almost in front of him and is emphatically doing it because and of course Nick Nurse is looking at the ref. He doesn't know at this point that Maxey has lost the ball, but at the time he's calling it. He is calling T, and you can see a still shot, several frames of it, mind you, leading up to about a second of like calling the time while Tyrese still is corralling the ball and looked like he had possession with two hands on it. So then you go back and obviously you can look at the holding of the jersey as he's trying to break free on the inbounds. There's a lot of little things, but even if there's a corralling of the ball and you don't call a timeout, Tyrese Maxey's basically on the floor holding the ball. You could think about calling a travel even. Something should have been called. And as you mentioned, we're going to get probably the 2-minute report here in the next little bit, and there'll be something on it. There's no way. Maybe, I don't know, maybe LeBron's right. There's something on with the replay center. The thing he's talking about is D'Lo was fouled. They reviewed it and they overturned it. So that's what he's talking about. He's like,
he was hit on the side of the face, right?
Yeah, clearly. And he's like, what's the replay center doing? They weren't doing nothing because there was no replay to be seen for the Sixers at that last 27 seconds plus.
Yeah, so obvious. There's frustration among so many because of this. I had a buddy of mine who texted me who was kind of defending the refs with me on a text, and he goes, you know what? If Nick Nurse was like 29 other coaches in the NBA and called timeout when Lowry had trouble getting it in, none of this would be being talked about, which is funny. And that's the first thing that goes on my listing. I'll just say first thing we're going to talk about. As a coach, I'm sure it's been preached all year by Nick Nurse to his team. Hey, look, in a situation like this, let's try to get it in quick. Get it in quick so we can get the foul and we can save a timeout. If you cannot get it in quick, timeout. Kyle Lowry's the most veteran player on that floor. Kyle Lowry has to know that in his sleep. Kyle Lowry had trouble getting the ball in. Now, people will say, well, they had the ball. Like, he got the ball in, and Maxey should have caught it, whatever, or he got his jersey out, all that. To me, we're still arguing about it.
Right.
So if there's an argument, as quickly as Nick Nurse said, hey, we're looking to get the ball in quick, and if not, then we're looking to call a timeout. That's as quick as Kyle Lowry's mind should have gone.
Right.
I can't get it on timeout.
It did look like Nurse tried to call a timeout quickly. You saw the one quick tee, and then it didn't get called. The ball was inbounded. So I guess he just gave up on trying to call a timeout at that point. I'm not really sure. You have to watch it frame by frame. You can see that the hands go up, and then they come back down, and then they go up emphatically again. So you we can say we're going to sit here and talk about it because we're going to break down.
4 hours, Aim.
It's frame by. I mean, we're literally. It's like the Zapruder film. We're going frame by frame right now, back and to the left.
I was watching you guys last night before our post game show came on here.
You see when we're like zoomed in.
You guys are like all leaning in your chairs, upright, faces to the TV screen, watching exactly what happened. So one of my questions to the league was, isn't anybody keeping an eye on the coach? The response was, well, yes, you hope so, but there's 10 players in a frenetic that way. Yeah, should there be a glance over at the coach? Obviously, you're thinking in your head he's going to call a timeout. There was a part where Nurse had a timeout going, and the way he swiped it, because he was holding the tee. Like, so I'm holding my hand in a tee, and then he swipes it away as if, in maybe some's perception, he'd say, no, please don't call it.
But that's an assumption.
That's an assumption. You're right.
That's an assumption.
So there's so much that went down with it. We haven't even mentioned that. Well, I guess we did mention the fact that they gave up an offensive rebound after DiVincenzo missed a three, and Hartenstein comes down and grabs that rebound just out of will, just out of want. DiVincenzo did the same exact thing like 30 seconds earlier, got an offensive rebound just out of want, just because he fought harder to get it. And that's the key there that you have to worry about. But my friend, when I was growing up playing, and it was a long time ago, when I always try to get the ball inside first, outside second.
Right.
Jump shot was always secondary. And as a guard, that sucked how I was coached. But inside first out, Nick Nurse comes out in the press conference, says what he says. Those words went back into my ear. No, Nick, don't go outside first.
Come inside.
Come inside first and say, you know what? I should have done a better job of calling that timeout. Or, Kyle really should have called that timeout instead of trying to force something there. I should have had a better play than just say, Tyrese, that's how I'm built. And there was a lot of little mistakes down there at the end for the Sixers
it's
also.
Interesting. Tyrese Maxey, the first thing, because he was asked about the timeouts and the non-timeouts, and his first thing he said, we should have rebounded the ball. We shouldn't have let them get two more opportunities. It was the first thing he said. Nick Nurse did go on to say things like that. I think it was just the initial reaction of the frustration of trying to call a timeout.
That.
So I'm not going to bury him on that. It was interesting that, then you later hear from Joel Embiid, who absolutely that's as fired up as he's not a really overly demonstrative guy. He was very fired up. Nick Nurse was fired up. You do see that sometimes from him. Tyrese was obviously exhausted. You saw all the effects of like his cold and whatever the sickness he's been having. You heard that in his voice, but I thought it was interesting. The first things that he said was like, we got out rebounded. We needed to get a rebound on that play. We needed to have a better setup. Like he took the fall, not took the fall, but he certainly placed the blame. I thought spread it out more than just on the refs because he's still a young guy in the league. I think he gets that you're not going to bury the refs. Some guys are just like they're going to bury, like a Draymond Green type is going to bury the refs. He doesn't care.
Yeah, so that was kind of just my first thought last night was. And again, I'm not
put him in a better position.
If Bob Cooney could not be put behind a microphone if I was a head coach, and we just it's not that I'm not. I just I get this, and I'm sure every coach does. You get an adrenaline rush when you're playing, coaching, whatever. When you're covering, when you're broadcasting, everything. I get an adrenaline rush doing this show. I couldn't imagine Nick Nurse getting behind. It takes a special person to get behind a mic and say, you know what? I hear your question about the referees, but I got to be better. That's tough to do. So I am not blaming Nick Nurse at all, but I think the factors of the game.
Yeah, the inbounds is still going to be problematic because they've had trouble in the past with inbounding. I thought you should have had a better inbounder, but I think they were trying to be quick and cute.
Yeah, and another thing that bothered me, you had Tobias Harris, Nick Batum standing to the left of Kyle Lowry as he's inbounding the ball. Their defenders were standing to the side of them. If both of them ran forward and used a little bit of an armbar, they're wide open.
Yeah, come straight down. You would
wide
have Batum
open.
in the corner.
Exactly. So I don't know. And they were basically pointing at Maxey. Yeah, go get him the ball. Yeah, how it doesn't come over you to go get the ball is beyond me.
Something quick and cute. All right, Maxey underneath, puts it up, either draws the foul or gets the bucket, or both. I think that was probably the play. I mean, well, I'll find out, obviously, what the play was supposed to be called, but I imagine that was it. Defensively, they didn't give him that, but that's where you have to either call the timeout or look for something else because you had time. You had the time.
Yeah, so there it is. It's all on the board today. Obviously, we're going to get into so much more. We'd love to hear from you. How I said to Amy this morning, That was a coulda, shoulda, 2 games. Game 1. You should have won game 2. Does that make you feel good going into a game 3? I heard a caller on the morning show today say, "Oh, I'm a season ticket holder. I'm done. I'm not even going. I'm done.
No.
I'm never watching the NBA again. It's fixed." That's what he said. That's where he went with it. So how do you feel? 610-632-0975. We'd love to hear from you today. I know when I wasn't doing this job, how much after a game like that, I loved listening to the fans talk about it. So we want to hear from you also, or you can text us at the same numbers. Amy Fadul is here with us all day long. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Welcome back on this weather-wise beautiful Tuesday
Weather-wise.
morning.
Thank
Yes.
you for acknowledging we're talking about the weather when we say beautiful.
Yes, the weather is beautiful. The sports landscape right now is a little bumpy.
In one aspect, because we're going to have to talk a little bit about Phils, and obviously the draft is here, but it's good. It's bumpy in one aspect.
It's bumpy on the
Right?
NBA roads. Yes, the baseball road here is
Fresh.
Beautiful. Yeah, the landscape for the Eagles. Okay, it's hope.
Horizon.
You know, yeah, you're looking at the sun's coming up, so that's all good.
Sun's
Flyers,
still coming up on the Sixers because we have Game 3 here. It's hard to look at the sun right now.
Yeah,
It's like the solar eclipse is going to burn our eyeballs.
It's funny. I was doing the crossover, and John said to me, he's like, "So, what do you think of Thursday?" And I don't know about you guys, but I'm like, I have told you, Aim and Ray, I am such a day-to-day guy. Thursday's like years away from me. I can't even think about Thursday's game. I got to see what's the reaction. Now, the team has off today. No practice today. They'll get back at it tomorrow. I assume guys who need it will come in and get some work done, or people go out to them and Embiid will probably get some stuff done with his knee. Hopefully, Maxi's sleeping in, getting plenty of fluids. Orange juice. Yep, all of that good stuff.
The
Gatorade.
governor offered some matzo ball soup from his wife that she makes. He says it's very good. Maybe that could help.
That couldn't hurt.
Yep. Listen, he'll take anything he can get. He sounded pretty rough, but he said he slept all night, but he got fluids, got some medicine, and obviously put up 35 points.
He's special. He is a special player.
He was never not playing. I think that you and I talked yesterday, and we kept saying it was questionable, but it was. I don't think there was any real question. It was just the question was what he was going to look like.
Yeah.
He said there was no way he was missing that game.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's a gamer. I don't think that there was a doubt.
We did pregame last night, and it was coming over. He's now a game-time decision.
Mm-hmm.
And then Keith Pompey, I think, tweeted out saying, I just saw him in the locker room. I asked him if he was going. He says, I hope so. So the fact that he was even seen in the locker room, to me, I was like, yeah, he's a go.
And then when he came out warm up, then everybody's watching. We watched his warm up and Joel Embiid's warm up as if we were also breaking down film. It was just a very simple warm up, but you just needed to see them out there. That was like step 2. Step 1, showing up in the arena. Step 2, they're on the court wearing uniforms.
We've done that way too much in our career. What's he look like in warm ups? Oh my God, did he make warm ups?
And then the best is, so we get the warm ups live, and Jim Lineups next to me. I was like, Jim, what do you see? And he's like, I see a man warming up, Aim. I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Like, I don't know.
Check.
What
All
more
right.
to say.
There you go.
Well, as far as Joel Embiid went, he talked after the game last night, which he hadn't done the night or the game before on Saturday, but he did. He couldn't look up. I guess the lighting spot is bothering him.
There's something going on there.
Yeah, there is.
So he didn't look. He held his availability. He was at his locker and had his head down. And there's some people that maybe, if they weren't aware of some of the sunglass situation, you thought he was hanging his head. He wasn't. He was very adamant in his words. I thought he was very decisive, fired up. He said 3 different times, we are winning this series.
Yeah.
He talked about the refereeing. You kind of alluded to some of that in that last place, the frustration, kind of the shoulda, woulda, coulda for you. Thought they should have won that game. They could have won. He said they should be up 2-0. They knows they're not. They're going to win the next 2, and he says they're winning the series.
Yeah, he was very adamant. Let's hear what he had to say last night in the locker room following the game.
Unacceptable. I mean, a couple times, we same thing happened against Miami with Tyler Leroy. That's just unacceptable to, put us in that situation. That's unacceptable to lose a game like this, especially in the playoffs.
So you can hear the frustration, but at the same time, the animation.
Yeah.
That he's still very much in this series. Couple of things about him last night, and we did see some of the limping and all that stuff. You and I were talking about the eye. I wasn't making fun of the eye situation. I was more, when I brought it up yesterday, I was more putting it out there like,
what's up?
What's going on?
Something's up.
There's something going on. Now, we saw it. I said I was particularly watching him while he played to see if there was any weird blinking going on. When he was playing, he seemed to be okay. When there was a stoppage or he was sitting on the bench, then all of a sudden it started to go, one eye was blinking, one wasn't, and like all of this craziness. I would love to hear what's going on because I haven't seen anything about it.
And Nick Nurse was asked. We had Keith Pompey on yesterday. He asked Nick Nurse, hey, what about this eye? This guy's wearing sunglasses. He doesn't usually wear sunglasses. And then Nick Nurse said, and I think Keith asked about the orbital bone because in the very first it was the first quarter of game one. OG Anunoby came across and kind of hit Joel Embiid on the side of the head. And we have to remember this man's had 2 cracked orbital bones, left and right. One basically, 2 years apart. One was the 17-18 season from Markelle Fultz. Another one was in that Raptors series, right? So, or the Raptors, yeah. And it was a question. He said, is it something with his orbital bone? And Nick Nurse said, no, it's nothing to do with that. Basically just said there's nothing there. I think he said there's nothing to it.
Yeah.
But you wonder, is there light sensitivity because he wasn't looking up? He's wearing sunglasses. Who knows? It's not on the injury report. The coach says no. We're going to go with no.
And here's how not out there it is. I did see a couple of tweets last night from people that were there, not people that we know, but said, like, he's so distraught he can't even pick up his head. Like, so that shows that it's not out there. Like, it isn't a talked about thing all that much.
It was interesting to have, for those who haven't seen it, you can see it online, the availability, and I actually posted a picture of it. His head is down. It's not hanging his head in defeat. If you look at the picture, that's maybe what you think, but that's not it. He's sitting down, and the media is kind of over top of him because he's sitting down, which people might think that there's something wrong with that. Listen, as a person that's interviewed him, as you have, I prefer him sitting down, other full extension, trying to get my microphone up near his face because he's 7'2". So his head's down the entire time. So you worry, is there something with that? He puts up 34 points. Maybe the lights are, I don't know, they're not as bothering him during the game. I'm not sure, but obviously there's something going on there. And it'll be curious to see if it, comes back again or if he's wearing sunglasses again.
You talked about how confident he was in the locker room last night. I did too, and here's what he had to say.
We're good. We're going to win this series. We're going to win this. We know what we got to fix. We did a better job today, so we're going to fix it. But we're the better team, and we're going to keep fighting.
Love to hear it. And that goes hand in hand for me. Why are you shaking your head no, Ray? You don't believe it?
I think they're the better team. Do I believe they're winning the series? No.
All right,
I think last night took my soul on that one.
You keep your thoughts to yourself.
Yeah, that's not.
One of the things I liked about Embiid last night, and it goes hand in hand with this, was how many times he went to the floor and how many times he just tried to get up real quick.
Right.
A mental thing. I think you were in my head last night because you said, I think a lot of this is mental more than it's physical. I think he's trying to, all right, I'm okay.
All right,
I'm okay. I'm okay. Let me get up and let's go. No rebounds in the second half. I did, though, last night see when there was high pick and rolls, he did roll a lot.
Yep.
So it wasn't like he was going away from contact. Look, New York plays a tough physical defense. It pushes you further away than you want to be. I'll give you an example. Like when Maxey or Kyle Lowry or maybe sometimes even a Batum, when they get the ball and want to start an offense, they want to start at, say, at 18 feet or 20 feet, let's call it, and then they want to start where they're going to go. New York, because they force you to catch the ball further away and then gets right up in your grill, your first step isn't forward to look at, it's oftentimes backwards. Yeah. So 18 becomes 24, and that means a lot. So like Joel Embiid of 15 now becomes 18. Well, if you're at 18, why not go to 22? Mm-hmm. I think that's why we're seeing the uptick in his three-point shooting. But just your assessment of his game yesterday and what you thought about that. We did mention no rebounds in the second half.
Yeah, that's a little rough. And then you're looking at the most important non-rebound, and that was the one where Hartenstein got the board after Dante DiVincenzo's first miss in that last 30 seconds. Overall, I thought he played very well. It was disappointing, obviously, down the stretch. I thought it was I watched again the last play, not the Tyrese Maxey drive, but the actual last play with 5 seconds left. Maxey has a defender come up on him. I think he felt like he was too far away. He was not going to take that three, and I thought maybe that was a surprise. Joel Embiid got the ball, and then he had time to gather it, and then he didn't shoot it, and he did shoot it, and it was after the buzzer went off. So that was a little bit problematic. I thought there was some miscommunication or some confusion, and I hadn't expected that maybe with this team led by Nick Nurse, given how you saw the regular season. I thought that they had been performing pretty well, especially those two players. Regardless of the coach, they know how to play off of one another, but maybe that was just a moment that, I don't like my shot, I'm going to go. That was a little bit troubling to me in the very last play, because there was enough time to have at least a look.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it was going to be a good look, but there was a look that you could have had. So overall, I thought Embiid played well, better than I thought. And you had said that yesterday. You thought he was going to bounce back nicely. You thought it, and I think the mental aspect of it had been kind of something he worked through. Maybe the brace felt better. I'm not really sure on that. But he had one point where you saw him, the brace was off and his knee was getting worked on. I'm sure it bothers him And maybe that's also something he needs to get done. Like, all right, we need to like massage this knee throughout
Get
so I
through
feel good with it throughout the game and I'm not thinking about it because he's going to think about it.
Yeah, the common thought is that, look, a doctor wouldn't let him out there if he's going to hurt the
Correct.
knee more. Where there's there, sure. He had surgery 2 months ago. I don't care if you're walking your mail route, if you're playing basketball, if you're construction work, whatever you do, you're going to feel some pain in that knee no matter what. This guy is pounding 280 pounds on that knee for 40 minutes, every other night. So, yeah, there's going to be some stuff there. But I thought last night was a little bit of a breakthrough for him in the aspect of, okay, there was some limping. We saw it. We see it at times when the play is stopped, when the camera is on him. It gets a little more.
A little emphasis.
But, yeah,
that could just be swag, too.
It could be. It could be, hey, look at me. I'm still hurt, guys. So let's not forget that, which nobody's going to. But all in all, I thought Joel Embiid played really, really well last night. Sixers did really well on the defending, the rebounding, yes.
Oh, a complete turnaround. Obviously, we're going to focus on those 30 seconds, and there was 2 bad ones right there, but there was a complete turnaround, I thought, on the O boards.
Yeah, that hurts so bad.
And that's it's the recency in our head, right?
It's
just like, you can negate everything basically up until that point, which is disappointing because there was so much to take away. But we said this last night. It's hard right now to look at the good because that last was so egregiously frustrating.
Anyway, Ray, you say we have a good text here. Let's get to that before we take a break and then get to all of our great callers.
All right, we got a text. You can text in 610-632-0975. Uncle Lowell checking in, saying, Lowry misses a free throw that could have given them a 6-point lead, followed by a loose ball that was between Lowry's legs that the Knicks somehow end up getting. Then passing to Brunson, whose three-point shot hits the front of the rim before bouncing in. Then Maxey loses the ball while refs refuse to give timeout or call fouls, which leads to a DiVincenzo missed three, an offensive board between 3 Sixers, which leads to the dagger. What are the odds of that happening?
In Philadelphia? Like 50-50.
Come on. I'd say even greater than that.
Yeah, I mean, we ran down the gamut of all of the bad things that have happened to the 76ers through, Ray and I also started to put together a team of non-star players that have absolutely killed you in the playoffs. And
I think I can go 15 deep. I honestly think I could build a 15-man roster on that one.
It is brutal. All right, when we get back, we're going to take your calls. We got a lot of people holding on, and we appreciate you. YouTubers, we love you. A little salute to you today. Love all the thoughts that you have going on. Also, 610-632-0975. We know you need to talk about it. We're here for you. If you want to call and talk, that's great. If you want to text, same number. This is Middays. Amy all day long. Bob Cooney, 97.5, The Fanatic.
1055thefanatic.com.
Hey, welcome back. We are middays today as we approach the 11 o'clock hour. Amy Fadul graces us with her sunshiny and wholesome presence today.
Wholesome.
Yes, that was that was the word of the day. I don't know what the next keyword is for our giveaway at 12 o'clock when we give it $1,000. I'm going to label that one on Ray. Now, I have not seen it yet, but whatever the word is.
I don't think it's really going to fit.
No, okay.
No.
All right. Well,
Sorry.
We'll work it in there.
I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to be very difficult for you guys to work it in there to make it work.
It's going to be very awkward. All right, we're
just
not
like it's going to be very difficult. Never mind.
We'll probably forget about it by then anyway. Okay, today is a day that people want to talk.
Yes, they do.
And
we're here for them.
We
Vent
are
with
here.
us.
We are here for them. We're going to start with Paul in Northeast Philly. Paul, you're on 97.5.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how are you?
Good.
So, after the game last night, I had that feeling that for some unknown reason, or I don't know, maybe fate of the universe, that this team's maybe not built to win a championship. And I'm not sure why I feel that way, except they didn't play too bad last night. It's just the way they played at the end concerned me a lot.
Yeah, I can't go to championship, Paul. And that's the way I'm built. I'm a day-to-day guy. Can they win a game in this series? Can they win on Thursday?
Well, you know what? I've done a lot of thought about that while I was on hold. I think the thing that got me maybe a little bit more psyched than I was when I was talking before we talked is the fact that Embiid's fired up enough that maybe that'll help.
Yeah.
But when you have the team in rebounds that you're playing, and the Sixers are number 2 in rebounds in the regular season. If you're playing those two teams together, you have to execute on your 3-point shots if you're playing a team that's going to kick your butt in rebounds. And I don't see that happening enough. I don't see them getting enough looks. I mean, am I losing my mind, or is it just the loss setting into my mind?
I won't say you're losing your mind, Paul. Thanks for the call. First of all, the Sixers are second in rebounding among the playoff teams remaining, or the playoff teams, I should say. The Knicks were first in the league. Sixers were somewhere around 7th or 8th in the league. They're just second among
defensive
playoff.
Rebounding, the Sixers 25th.
Yeah, okay.
So 25th out of the 30.
Now, look, they did a great job last night.
I thought the rebounding, listen, we had a lot of things we wanted to tick off, like, hey, you can't let this happen. Bench points we talked about, fast break points, and rebounding, especially offensive. All right, well, they fixed some of those.
Right, and we saw specifically, you could have watched game one, and you said, I see what Nick Nurse is doing. He's going 6'8" length on Jalen Brunson, try to deny him the ball a little bit, and once he gets the ball, it's switching all over. That is obvious. That was obvious. Last night, to me, it was obvious of what he told him as far as rebounding went. When a shot goes, you need your body on somebody, and you don't let them go until we secure a rebound. And it worked perfectly until the last 30 seconds of the game. Keith and Devin, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, Keith?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So, I'm just going to say my little piece. Last night felt like a fiasco. I'm sorry. I didn't get the feeling that the Sixers willed it. It felt like a total fiasco. I understand referees don't lose games, but last night looked like some European B League where the two villages don't like each other and they're playing in the one village. The referee swallowed the whistle. It felt like you were playing at the bully's house with his dad refereeing. There was no chance any which way. I don't believe the Knicks have the talent. They're going to lose the next 2 games in Philadelphia. But the NBA has to regain control. Because last night was just, you could retry and 100 more times and that wouldn't happen. You could play it 100 more times. That wouldn't happen that way. Any way, shape, or form. It was a total fiasco and an embarrassment for the NBA, in my opinion. I walked away from there, and I was just like, well, I didn't feel like, it's one thing, Reggie Miller time, and he's banging shots. Oh, my gosh, what an ending. You didn't get that feeling there. It was just like they weren't going to blow the whistle on the Knicks. They could be outside of a punch, and I want Embiid to get in that, the $500 million player to get involved in that fight. Because that's a game that was just it was ridiculous. It was a fiasco, and that's the only way I can describe it.
All right, that's a great description. Yeah, Keith, that's a great
description. I don't feel like we lost. I don't. I don't feel like it was a lost game. I just felt as though it was like they're jumping all around the Knicks fans, and the referees had totally lost control of the game.
All right, Keith, thanks so much for the call. Appreciate it. Fiasco's a good way of putting it.
It was.
Yeah. There was one Knicks fan on the baseline that kept running out, like, towards the court. I literally wanted to be dropped in the middle of Madison Square Garden and tell somebody else to go and hit him. Like, not me.
Yeah,
like, tell
but
somebody else.
Hey, you should do that,
good.
sir.
No. But, there's so much that frustrates you when a game is going like that. It's fans. It's referees calls. But I was going to try to say to Keith, he ran a little long on us. At one point, do you turn it around and does your frustration go to the Sixers? Like his was all over.
But I think at one point you also have to look at the role players for some of the play calling, which I don't think I ever thought. The inbounds is going to be frustrating to me, but I think that the last two play calls are also going to, they're going to tick up in my brain a little bit more than they should. And I don't know that I thought that going into the game. I still have supreme confidence in Nick Nurse. I don't want to come across like, oh, I doubt how his end game.
Well, no, it's okay.
But the last play especially, they look confused. And maybe it was just trying to recover from everything. He got the timeout. I liked the play initially because it was the same thing they run against the Spurs. Mm-hmm. But it's a different thing. This is a team that rebounds so well. I don't know about going inside at that point. But I guess, you take with it what you can.
Yeah, and we said it earlier, and others have pointed it out there that are far more knowledgeable in basketball than us. Left hand. He drove the lane with his opposite hand. He's probably as good shooting left hand as right hand, but you would think you want to go to your strong hand. Yeah, exactly. So, but that inbound play, that ticked me off also. It looked like, and I told you about the other, you had like a three spread up at the foul line. Mm-hmm. So you're telling the other three guys, and Embiid, Batum, and Tobias Harris, all right, get up to the foul line. We want Tyrese to come off and try to break free. That can't be the end of the play.
The next
thing is, well, let's look at it. If nothing's there, quick timeout. The next part is, if you can't get it to Tyrese, either Nick Batum or somebody else come down and get, or you pick for each other.
Yeah.
Like inside, boom, inside pick. Batum picks for, and if they double the guy that got picked, then the other guy's open, just comes straight to the ball. They stood there and pointed.
Yeah.
Go give him the ball.
This is it. Yeah. The play is this. We're trying to get it in real quick so we can catch them off guard, and that's it. And then when they didn't, there wasn't the reactionary. It was going to force this in here. And he did get it in, technically. But watch it. He had about, I don't know, a foot of room to try to maneuver with that ball. I mean, when you're on the baseline like that, there's an extra defender, so it's not like he can go that way. And he's shoved up against it. It was just too bang for me to be at that point of the game. Too important to have a bang play.
My thought in my mind was, if you're uncomfortable, you call the timeout.
Right.
I don't know how Kyle Lowry felt comfortable throwing that ball in. All right, when we get back, we have a whole lot more to go on. I'm getting busted on YouTube for not having any emotion. Come on, Bob, you're supposed to be the voice of the people. How can you just sit there and be emotionless about last night? Sorry if you think that. I mean,
I fired up to me.
Here I am. I'm ready to go. When we get back, a lot more on this. We'll take your calls if you want to text in 610-632-0975. Amy Fadul with us all day long. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thanks so much for being with us. Oh, a lot of emotion going around everywhere today. A lot of blame. Blame on the Sixers. Blame on Joel Embiid. Blame on the referees. Blame on the Knicks. Blame on me for having no emotion.
You're fired up, though.
I'm always like this for the show. I do. I
get it. They want you to be
Dave,
angry, though.
Dave Dewar said, that I was ticking him off because I'm annoying because I'm acting like it doesn't bother me. I've told this story on the air before, and it's just who I am. I look at sports differently, and a lot of it has to do with the profession I used to have. If you don't think I wanted the Sixers to win last night, Dave or anybody else, our job is this. And for them to go on a run is so great for our job. And it's great for me individually. It lets me do this job in an easier way when they are winning. So the game gets over, I'm a flusher. I analyze, I look at, I move on. I know I'm different. But please don't tell me that like I'm sitting here emotionless about all this. We're here to dissect. And that's what I'm here to do. So, Dave, I apologize if I'm on your nerves. 10 o'clock hour, it's brought to you by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows. Plus, make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. All right, and we have a lot of callers on here, but a subject I wanted to bring up to you. I didn't think the Sixers basketball IQ in Game 1 was all that high. I saw a lot of mental mistakes. We brought up Tobias Harris committing a foul with 7 seconds to go in the first quarter to put New York on the line. Mm-hmm. He commits his third foul on a play, offensive foul, on a play I haven't seen him do, I don't think, ever, and he's trying to throw up a floater. I don't think I've ever seen Tobias Harris roam the lane and throw up a floater before. There was some other odd thing, the way they didn't rebound and allowed offensive rebounds. As much as you can point to the physicality of it, to me there was a lot of mental stuff. Yeah. How about last night? Was there anything that stuck out to you last night mentally that you were like, what are you thinking?
There was a couple bad fouls. I thought Kelly Oubre had a couple of missteps defensively, which was disappointing. I still think his defense was excellent, but I thought he had a couple mental lapses. And that you kind of take the good with the bad, I think, with that. So the good was that he was one of the primary defenders on Jalen Brunson, obviously limiting him. It was interesting. Late, though, the switch was made. Tobias Harris stayed in the game late and no Oubre. I think you can kind of dissect that, but it was actually, we're not talking about Tobias Harris after this game, and I thought there was a reason for that. It's like the punter. You don't talk about the punter unless
and he had a really good defensive stance on Brunson late.
He did a great job.
Yeah.
Which I was concerned a little bit. But so there was a couple of like ticky-tack fouls that I thought Oubre, because they were trying to go for the ball and he reached in a couple. That stuff like that kind of builds up over time for me, because when you're trying to mount a comeback, I get, you want to be aggressive, but you can't be detrimental.
Right.
And when you have a turnover like that and it goes the other way, that's a little annoying. But then you have to ask yourself, do you take the good with the bad? I do to a certain extent, but one or two less of those would have been a lot better, because then that possession keps going for the Sixers.
Yeah. On the whole, I was pleased.
Yeah.
There
was
wasn't
better.
anything that stuck out to me mental mistake-wise as much as Game 1. The rebounding was what it was. I thought it was really good. Some second-half numbers that may be disturbing. We already brought up Joel Embiid, no rebounds in the second half. He went 6 for 15. This is just second half. 6 for 15 from the floor, 0 for 5 from 3 last night. As we said, 18 points in the second half. Tyrese Maxey had 15. He went 5 of 11 from the floor with 6 rebounds and 5 assists. Maxey played the whole second half, 24 minutes. Embiid went a little over 20 minutes. Tobias Harris, like you said, we really don't have a lot to bitch about today, I would guess, with Tobias. But these second-half numbers, 21 minutes, 0 for 3 from the floor, 0 for 1 from 3, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, no points.
Right. Is that the trade-off for the defense?
I guess, but you got to get some offense.
You need more, yes. I mean, you can't go 4 for 11. I like that he shot the ball 11 times overall, but it was another 10-point game for him. Well, he had 7 in the first game and 10 in this game. I mean, you can't win a game if Tobias Harris has 17 in 2 games.
I don't think you can win with this remedy either. 33 recipe, I should say. 33 of your 48 points came from 2 people in the second half.
Yeah. It was a 2-man show.
I'm surprised they're not getting more from people. Like, Kelly Oubre has a game that I described before where It's not a thinking man's game.
No, it's
and
a
that's
drive.
what I love.
Yeah.
It's here you go play basketball, and he's going to get you 15,
So
18
aggressive.
points. Now
So
it's
aggressive.
not there.
Yeah, it was halfway through the second half. I started thinking about Karate Mark's adding up all my points, and I'm looking. I was like, well, he's got 2 of them,
Yeah,
Maxey and Embiid, and everybody else really, just didn't even. So when you're thinking about the role players, and I mean that anybody not named Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid, yeah, of course because then you go to the other side and you look at the Knicks, and the same, names kind of rear their ugly heads. Bojan Bogdanovic, no surprise. And I heard on the morning show they were talking about, is he a star? He's not a star, but he's a guy that steps up. He's a guy that can absolutely bury 3 threes in a quick succession. He's who you want Buddy Hield to be. McBride in that first game was who you wanted Buddy Hield to be. Buddy Hield, is it not the minutes? Is 11 minutes in the first game, almost 15 minutes in the second game? Or do you need to draw up plays for him? What are we doing? I saw Hield, he tried to get something going by driving the lane a couple times. That's obviously not his forte. He can do it. I think he's better at it than what a lot of you expect. But this is a guy that you need to be the catch and shoot, instant reaction. Since he came in the league, second only to Steph Curry. We talk about that all the time.
Absolutely.
I need to see it. It's great that that's the stat line with him. Look how many threes he makes. I make 2 threes.
If he's making the second most, it means he's taking an awful lot. He's not even taking
that's
them now.
the thing. So I don't know. Is it tentative? 0 for 2 from 3. I need more than 2 3-point attempts from a guy like that. He is there to be that 3-point shooter, 3-point specialist. So I don't know. Is it in the 15 minutes he's in there? Is he getting lost? I need to match up and see who he's out there with. He was out there with Maxey. So I think that Maxey played almost the game. So I wonder, play sets, was it about the defense? I really need to dissect that one a little bit more. Defensively, they obviously knew Buddy Hield can be the threat, and they tried to take it away. I know they did a good job on Oubre. But Hield, to me, I want to watch that defense a little bit more because I haven't dissected that one enough to know why this guy only got 3 shots off in 2 3 attempts, and he didn't make either of them.
Yeah,
that's troubling.
It's baffling. It's a wonderment of. You said he was with Maxey. If Embiid's not on the floor, he has to be able to find a shot out there because I know you want to get Joel Embiid the ball when he's in the game, but if he's not, that's the time that somebody has to shine. Mitch in Phoenix, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, Mitch?
Cooney and company are doing a great job.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Mitch.
Yeah, where do I start? I watched the game, obviously. I was very upset, and I was upset for a lot of reasons. But to be honest with you, the New York Knicks are a hard-ass team. They have muscle. They have the desire to dive all over the place, and they just out-hustle you. Not just in last night's game. I watched the Knicks quite a bit all year. And I think you would agree they just out-hustled the Sixers.
Mitch, I think you bring up a great point, and thanks for the call. Appreciate it. We talked about it before the series. If you're going to go talent-wise, that's your 76er. I question team-wise. As a team, are the Knicks better, better at that, better at playing as a team? But Mitch brings up a great point. And you said it, I think, before the show started, that Sixers aren't blowing this team out because they fight so hard, this Knicks team.
So that we were talking about, what do you expect in Game 3? We were kind of just shooting the breeze before we came on, and there had been some talk, the Sixers blow them out. Role players, I think, step up more at home. It's just that's how the trend usually goes, so you don't expect Josh Hart to do whatever. Of course, we said that ahead of time, and here he is with another 4 3-point game. But I don't expect anybody to blow the Knicks out. They didn't show anything in the regular season. If you watch the Knicks team, they haven't shown anything in the playoffs. They haven't shown anything with the individual players that are made up with this team, the Jalen Brunsons and the Josh Harts and the Dante DiVincenzo's, to show you that this is a team that's going to let somebody run up the score on them. That's just not who they are. Maybe they'll try to, and I hope the Sixers do, and I think they will. I think they're going to shoot better, and I believe the Sixers will win Game 3. But to think that it's going to be some 25-point blowout, I think it undermines what you've seen from the Knicks. Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Dante, and I know I named all the Villanova guys, but I could continue. Hartenstein. You could keep going down the line. Mitchell Robinson. These guys play. And it's one thing we've talked about. Is it scheme with them? Is it coaching? Is it personnel? And the answer, obviously, is all 3. It's what Tom Thibodeau runs, and that's why they get the personnel that they do. Jalen Brunson is a perfect player for the Knicks.
He is.
He's quintessential.
You and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Could it be that Tom Thibodeau has exactly the right players in those, especially those 3 Villanova guys, that are smart, that play hard, and will dive into what he's trying to teach? Now, this is funny. I was driving home from here last night after the pregame. And, of course, I'm like, all right, good. I get out of here at 7:50. I can make it home in time. And there's an accident on the Schuylkill that I missed most of the first quarter, but I replayed it, obviously. But as I'm driving home, Tom McGinnis brings up this, that there was a players' poll done. And the coach the players least would like to play for at 47% of the vote was Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, that surprised me. I saw that. I think The Athletic put it.
Athletic it was,
and there was
yes.
a couple of things that were like the least surprising. Like Eric Spoelstra being the coach that everybody wanted to play for, that was the least surprising.
Right.
But because I was swiping through the article and I was like, oh, Tom Thibodeau is the least. And it was overwhelming. It was almost 50% of those who responded.
Of all the coaches.
Yeah. So they were like, nah, we're good.
Yeah.
And I imagine there's some of that. And you don't know. Obviously, these are anonymous polls and you wonder who's responding. If there's not a little ill will by some of the guys that have had him or have maybe gone against him. His style is not for everyone. Excuse me. His style is not for everybody. He's hard-nosed. I know he's hard on the players. He's hard in practice, and he demands a lot. And that doesn't always resonate with a lot of players. Players sometimes want to play their game. He's not that way. He wants you to play his game.
It's funny. I mentioned earlier about the Knicks fan who kept running out on the floor. And somebody on our YouTube, and I also got a text from a good friend of ours who used to be at the station. It was John Starks who was running out there onto the
Talk about ghosts of
court.
Playoff pass there.
Going crazy and with the fist pump and all that stuff. Look, that stuff gets more on your nerves when games go the way they did last night.
Of course it does.
But John, let the players have their day.
Yeah, the 90s are done.
Yeah, I don't see Allen Iverson running out there on the.
Thomas at the game helping up.
John
Kyle
McEnroe courtside.
Yeah, I saw that. Obviously, Ben Stiller, Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
All those big seats.
I know all the names that you just said. Yeah. I know them all.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, because sometimes Ray will throw, she's such and such is at the
there's
game,
always a couple, like Bad Bunny and whatnot.
Selena Gomez was there as well.
And she was there. Do you know who she was with?
I'm a fan of hers.
Is it Benny Banco? Yeah.
Aren't they together?
Yes.
Yeah, they are
Look
together.
At you.
Yeah.
Well, I just watched
the song.
movie.
Name the song, Bob. Let's see how far he can go.
I just see. Why do you get carried away? I just watched the movie that Selena Gomez was in. It's from a few years back, and it's with that dude.
Oh yeah, no idea.
Yeah, way to help yourself out here, Bob.
That guy.
No,
that
Paul
guy.
Rudd. It's with Paul Rudd. And it's a movie I forget the name of it. I'll look it up during the break. But it was a movie that on a Saturday night, we were sitting home, and our daughter had seen it. And she said, you guys should check out this movie because it's about a guy that helps out a person with special needs. And it is, and Selena Gomez is in it, plays like a badass.
The fundamentals of caring.
The fundamentals of caring. I'll tell you what, it's not going to get your mind moving around. But if you want an hour and a half of kind of feel-good stuff, check it out. And she was really good in that.
Yeah, I need some feel good today.
Nick from Lawrenceville, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, not much, man. Well, I guess there's a lot after last night. So, I'm watching the game like everybody else, especially like the last, I want to say 35 seconds of the game was really when it flipped. Okay, so you got Larry fighting for the ball with Brunson. He gets that ball stripped away. In that same play, the ball is still loose. Guess who picks it up? I think it's Maxey. He gets that ball stripped away from Josh Hart. But relatively, I'm just thinking, okay, so if your teammates are being surrounded and being, getting the ball stripped away, where's the help? Because they're literally getting trapped. Can you at least call timeout there? What's the whole game plan of Nick Nurse? I was thinking, can he at least call a timeout? Because, he's literally being trapped. So then at that same very play, once again, when Maxey gets that ball taken away, it's literally loose, and then it ends up in the hands of DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo hits that game-winning shot, and I'm like, okay, we can't catch a break because it's one play after another that literally goes our way, and then it slips out of our hands. And so, literally thinking that, I'm literally texting my dad, right? So, Bob, you can agree with me or not. I'm a Charger fan, right?
I was waiting for you to get through the whole call without bringing that up, Nick. You really don't have to tell us that every time.
Yeah, so, even that, I'm just, thinking, this is, the Chargers of the NBA. We always are cursed with these type of things. So, I'm just trying to get some clarification, Bob. Like, do you agree with that? Like,
I would have to. I would be lying if I say the Chargers.
No.
If I remember the Chargers, and thanks, Nick, ever going through anything, any team in all of sports going through anything like the Sixers have gone through for the last 4 or 5 years.
You're looking at like teams that have like the Bills. That may be a little bit more.
Bills losing 4 straight Super
There you go.
Bowls.
I don't know. Give me something like that. Like you
I'll
have
give
like
you
the
that.
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
You know, I know the guys were talking earlier about the Music City Miracle, where you're on the wrong end of like fluky type of plays. That's maybe a little bit more the vibe I get.
Frank Wycheck, God rest his soul. Yeah. But I don't. And Nick, you bring it up all the time. How you equate it to the Chargers.
I like
can't
that he wants
equate
to
this
relate it.
anything.
I like that he wants to relate it back to him.
Absolutely.
But
so
no,
do
I think he. I don't. Not on the Chargers.
I can't get there. Ray, you say we have some texters that are a little upset with another aspect of the game that we haven't hit on an awful lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's not really one specific to read. There's just like 5 or 6 that, how are you guys not focusing so much on the refs? And then we just got someone from New York, which is funny now that saying, you guys got to stop whining about the calls. I don't think they're saying that we're whining about the calls, because I think the first hour plus of this show has been much about everything but the refs.
Yeah, I mean, look, we all agree. That could something have been called? Should something have been called?
Something.
Yeah, there's all that. I didn't come on Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio to really dive into referees. I do think there were some missed calls. No question in my mind. But the way I'm built, as I described at the beginning of the show, I look inward first. And the inward to me is what happened on the floor with the Philadelphia 76ers. That's what it is. Did the referees' non-calls play a big part? Absolutely. We're not acknowledging that. I just think I like breaking down more, especially being here with the expert Amy, of what happened on the floor. What could the Sixers have done differently? We do agree that there was some missed calls there. The report is going to come out pretty soon, and I'd be something that, yes, there was a call missed
the jersey
against the New York Knicks on the Philadelphia 76ers that should have been called. We all understand that. I'm upset that Nick Nurse didn't have Kyle Lowry, or Kyle Lowry didn't have it in his mind to call a timeout there.
More definitively.
I just don't get it. I don't get that you go to inbound the ball and it's not there right away, timeout. I'm taking it and I'm moving the ball to half court. The fact that they tried to just force that in, I don't know. That didn't sit well with me. So we have a whole bunch to talk about. We want to talk with you also. It's a day to grieve. It's a day to be upset, not only with the Sixers, not only with the referees, not only with the Knicks. You may hate us today for some reason.
No,
take it out on whoever you have to take it out on. We are here. 610-632-0975. When we get back, a whole bunch more on the table, and I have specific questions for Amy because we saw something a little differently last night. I watched her on TV, and she stated something, and I said, oh, my wholesome Amy, sorry, but I kind of disagree with you on that. All that and a whole lot more when we get back. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. or staying with us or whatever you're doing
Thanks
to
for
hear
being
us.
here.
We just appreciate you. Amy Fadul joins us today, middays, all day long, as we react to that unbelievable ending to a game. And I posed a question real quick before we get to some more callers here, Aim. I posed the question. Now, our friend Tristan Holman sent us in a tweet.
Right.
And he said, refs sucked last night, but Sixers can't make the fundamental mistakes they made in the last minute. Sixers beat themselves. So off of that, I posed the question to you. Who lost that game more last night? The Sixers, because of the Sixers. The Sixers, because of the Knicks. The Sixers, because of the referees.
The answer is yes.
Which one more?
Oh, but no, and I told you my answer was it's hard for me to look past that final 30 seconds. Because for 47 minutes and 30 seconds, or 47 minutes and 25 seconds, whatever you want to say, Sixers won that game. Everything you're supposed to do, they scored the points, they out-rebounded, they defended, good times. But I can't look at the whole game right now. I'm looking at 30 seconds. And in that 30 seconds, the Sixers lost the game and the Knicks beat them.
All right, there it is. That's it in a nutshell. I got with that.
And people, and listen, I'm not gonna absolve the refs. It's funny because Tristan earlier, you know how when you tweet somebody, like the next tweet comes out, like your most recent tweet, 11 hours. Like, I'm not one to blame officials, but the refs' incompetence needs to get a big chunk of the blame. So he kind of he came off of it a little bit too. My issue with that is, don't rely on the refs. I know they're supposed to be able to do their job, but you can't rely on another human because they're going to make mistakes, and they did. There's clear mistakes. And two, say you get the timeout, say you get the foul call, say you get something, that doesn't guarantee the win. Right. It sets you up better for the win. It sets you up in a better position, obviously, if you're able to advance the ball, but it doesn't guarantee anything. So when I look at the last, those problematic, that fiasco of a 30 seconds, I have two. The Knicks absolutely beat the Sixers on the boards, and obviously with the shot with Dante, but the Sixers did not set themselves up for any kind of success with the inbounds and the left. But yeah, you can go, he should have called a timeout. He should have. And he could have called it, and he could have seen it and whatever else. That doesn't guarantee anything. It's frustrating to me because I was so excited about the way they played the entire game up until that point. I thought this felt so good. You're up. This felt good. And then that's what happens when you feel good, is that the rug comes right out from under you.
Is that only here? Is that everywhere?
No,
is that like a generalization?
It's here.
Yeah, right?
It
is.
feels here.
We can't have nice things. We talked about
say that all the
yesterday
time.
when we got the news that Tyrese Maxey was sick. Turns out he was able to get the fluids and get on the court and have a spectacular game last night.
Tremendous.
Carl on the cell. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Carl?
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep,
got you, Carl.
Yeah, I'm watching that game last night along with the Lakers game, and in the last 5 minutes of the game, they've got 20-year-olds in, we've got 30-year-olds in, just like the Lakers, and they're beating us to every rebound. They're all over the floor. We're standing around flat-footed. We need to play some of them younger guys earlier to preserve some people's legs at the end of the game, because nobody boxed out on that last rebound that they before they hit the three-pointer. Guys are just standing around. Tobias and Batum are standing next to each other. I mean,
I hear you.
Yeah,
but
I've heard this about maybe putting a Ricky Council in or a KJ Martin. I've heard that, but to me, this is the crux of a playoff game on Madison Square Garden court. That is a huge amount of trust. I understand there could have been some thought process if you were getting out rebounded earlier. Maybe you do go to an energy guy, but Ricky Council isn't some 7'2" jump out the gym athlete.
No. And if we're really looking at two really tough games that you lost to a New York Knicks team, if we're really going to the Ricky Council and the KJ Martins, really?
No.
That's inspiration to me.
The point of the youth, I think, is warranted to a certain degree, but you also hope that the veteran presence is going to be able to get you through. It didn't in those 30 seconds. You had guys that just didn't do what you wanted them to do. You wanted them to get the rebound over Isaiah Hartenstein, and you wanted them to be able to come to the ball in the inbounds. Two things that did not happen.
Yeah, the rebounding last night.
And I don't know that Ricky Council or KJ Martin are going to do that either.
Yeah, exactly. The rebounding, Knicks had a 2-rebound advantage. 44, they both came on the offensive end, where they had 12 rebounds to the Sixers,
Both
10
in that last play.
offensive rebounds. Yeah, and you hate to see a hustle play at the end of the game, but that's what Hartenstein did, and Stein did. He was a big factor in that game last night. 7 for 8 from the floor. He goes for 14 points, 8 rebounds, big plays at the end, had 3 blocks. Yeah, he had the biggest plays at the end of the game.
Yep.
And you know what I loved about the Sixers last night was down like 8, I believe, late in the third, 6-8, and you're thinking, man, this could go one way, and it didn't.
No.
Like, they came back, and they made good plays, and they hit big threes, and they hit big shots, and they retake the lead, and they make it a game, and turns out a game that they could have won. Last night was a should-have-won game. Bill in Schwenksville is on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, Bill?
Hey, nothing much. Hopefully get my million great points in. But talking about the game last night, I agree with you. I forget the refs. I was telling your producer, sometimes it's just about aura and karma. And the Sixers, it's like it takes me to the Natural. The movie The Natural, when the psychologist came in and said, losing is contagious. Losing is a disease. And they just have that. They just say, like you mentioned, you look at all the years, with the Kawhi Leonard bounce, against the Atlanta stinking Hawks. They had like the Milwaukee Bucks were hurt that year. They had a cakewalk. This year, you look at New York, the second seed, they don't have Randall. It's just karma. It's something about it. Like you look at everything last night. Lowry misses a free throw that would have put him up 6 and would have caused at least a tie with the 2 threes. I am literally texting my friends last night, Bob. Literally before anything happened, I said, this is what's going to happen. We're going to lose this game. They're going to get an offensive rebound on a miss. They're going to kick it out, hit a 3, and that's going to be – and they're like, Mr. But this is what happens. It's deja vu Groundhog Day every year. And for some reason, it's just the way it is. They don't know how to win. You know this, Bob. There's certain people that know how to win. Like, when we play the Celtics, Tatum at that, it's just like a Brunson. Brunson's shooting like 30%, and he gets that bounce. It's like the same thing like Tatum. We always look like, oh, we're going to beat the Celtics, and then all of a sudden Tatum hits a ridiculous shot. It's just they just don't know how to win, and it's the culture of that team. Bob, it's just they don't know how to win, and they just winning is or losing is contagious.
All right,
and
Bill,
I just feel that.
I appreciate your call. I got to let you go because we have to play exactly what he is talking about.
The mind is a strange thing, and you must begin by asking it, what is losing? Losing is a disease. As contagious as polio, losing is a disease. As contagious as syphilis.
So there's that.
All right, there we go. We're starting off with that kind of chatter.
What I would like to have said to Bill, and I'll see what you guys think about this. I hear what he's saying, and it has been a horrible amount of weird situations that has gone on with this 76ers team over the last few years. Is the contagiousness, though, you've had a lot of people come and go. There's only really 2 people that remain with all of this disease overseeing this team, and that's Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris.
Right.
That's it. Can that carry over from 4 years ago with 2 guys, or is this just dumb luck?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. We had the guy earlier talking about, is it like the Chargers? And it's not like the Chargers. The Chargers haven't been they haven't been mired in these freak kind of games and accidents. And I brought up the Bills. Do you think people in Buffalo just think, oh, that's it? Our team's just a bunch of losers? I don't think so.
No.
But so that's my thing. Is it a Philadelphia? Are we the ones that we feel slighted because we can't have nice things? Because it is always happening to us as a whole.
Were you on the show with me when I labeled the 7 things that have happened over the last 16, however many months it was, that has gone down from the Sixers blowing a lead in Game 6 to the Phillies getting no hit, being up 2-1, Phillies losing to Arizona, the Eagles having a 10-1 go to 1-6.
Because that's the mindset, though. Let's flip it. they were obviously rolling through the NLDS. They didn't, but this is a team 2 years ago that was in the World Series. This is a team that was in the Super Bowl. So you can look at it in a positive way if you want.
Right, and that was
certain aspects.
You must not have been here that day.
No, because I would have said that.
Because you and I are the same that way, where we look more for the positive than the negatives. But
it seems like it's a lot of negatives.
I'm sorry, as positive, you and I could put both of our positive energy together.
This one's tough.
Man, it gets washed out with all the negativity that's going on with
especially with this.
Yeah. All right, we have a question on the text board.
No, this is just straight from my brain.
Oh,
as
perfect.
you guys are talking. Sorry.
Yes.
No offense to the texters. This one just came to my brain on this one. You guys are talking a lot about, and as texters talk about referees, and this might be a question for general people out there as well. When you think back to last night, and this might be a thing of a few days from now, a few weeks from now, what's going to be the image? There's so many screen grabs from last night of the end of that game. What's the image to you? Because I have it in my brain of the image that's going to stick with me now that I've reflected on it. I guess we're about a little over 12 hours past it. What's the image that's going to stick with you from the end of that game
so it's
as you reflect on it?
still frame shot, let's say. Aim, I'll let you. You want to go first? Or you want me to go?
I got to think about it.
Okay, because I got this sent to me in my many conversations last night, and it's Tyrese Maxey on the floor with both hands around the basketball, and Nick Nurse standing up 10 feet from him
with a tee,
with a timeout on his hand. That doesn't go with my nature of not blaming refs and all that. It doesn't. But that's kind of what's going to stick with me. I might have another 1A one, but I'll let Amy go first.
Mine is the top of the key, the Dante, just wide open. You knew it was happening. It was that watching that play was slow motion for me. So it's not even a still frame. It's so much as it just like the slow motion of like, you've got to be kidding me, which is what I said in the video. I showed you. You've got to be kidding me. Rhetorical. You're not kidding me because of course it's going to happen. Of course he's going to hit that. But no, I mean, I think the jersey tug is another one that if I think about, because we did go frame by frame.
We did. I can't tell you how many frame by frame pictures I have in my phone from last night. The jersey tug is another good one. Hartenstein coming through and grabbing that offensive rebound and
that's
having three.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
It's the Sixers. It's the 3 or 4 Sixers just standing there looking up at the ball, and it's right before you can see Hartenstein about to break through there. Because as much as you didn't get the calls, you didn't get the timeout, they still missed the first shot. And you still would have been able to get the board. And that's what we spent so much time talking about following game one. And for 47 minutes, it felt like you were going to be able to do enough.
And for 47 minutes, your team bought into what you told them. And I'm convinced that Nick Nurse said, listen, you're holding your man until we secure a ball. You are finding somebody, you're getting a body on them, and you're securing the basketball. And I think he said it probably even more than I said it just there, with more emotion. And they did it all night long. For 3 of your players on the floor to forget what they just did for 47 and a half minutes and to watch a basketball, which is what you did in game one, and to just watch it and have somebody else come in and win the game for you. Egregious is a word that we're throwing around today. That's another one. Yeah, so, all right, when we get back, I do have a question for Amy. She threw something out there last night on the postgame show that I kind of am in line with, but I look at it a kind of a different way. That, and we're going to take your calls, your comments all day long. 610-632-0975. How are you feeling today? Who you blaming today? Where are you going with it all? And maybe you're looking to the future just a little bit. This is Midday Show's Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. with us on this Tuesday morning. A lot of gloom out there. We're going to try to find some rays of sunshine. Amy always does bring it in when she comes here because that's who she is.
Thank you.
But we're going to have to try to find some more when it comes to your Philadelphia 76ers. They go at it again on Thursday. As you might know about me, if you listen a little bit, I'm a day-to-day guy. I cannot go to Thursday even a little bit today. Today is more about last night. Where are they? How are you feeling? Can they, I don't know, kind of get themselves back together? Because as devastating as that is for us, one thing that sticks, and Ray, you had a great question in our last segment talking about what is the one image that sticks in your mind. There was another one, and that was the Sixers walking off the court last night and Tyrese Maxey with his jersey over his head, walking off the floor. Not putting them down. I would never question someone's emotions, their drama ability maybe, but not their emotions and all. He was upset, visibly upset. Probably the sickness. Then, as we all know, who've ever played sick, once you're done performing what you have to perform with that sickness, you feel like crap.
The crash that happens.
Yeah. So that's another image. But can they get themselves back together?
Yeah.
Like, we as a fan base today are on edge. We are livid. We hate referees. We hate the Knicks. We hate John Starks and anybody else that was there. All of that. But we're only fans. We'll probably pull ourselves together come Thursday. Unbelievably tough losses.
I asked Mark Jackson that very thing on our postgame show because, and though I don't think he'd experienced something to the degree of that where you won a game for 47 and a half minutes and then you lost it in 30 seconds and the valiant effort and all that goes for naught because you're not going to remember the 47 plus minutes. You're going to remember the 30 seconds. It's just, yes, the answer is yes and no because you want to carry over something from it, don't you? You want to carry over some of the positives and that feeling of the taking your jersey off and not being able to, stomach, so to speak, that the way the game ended. You want to carry that part over, the feeling of it. And I think that's what you saw after the game, certainly from Joel Embiid, that fire. You want that to carry over and kind of drive you. You look for anything, and you come out with the same game plan, better improvements in the areas that you need it. But I thought overall the game plan worked to so much degree, and it's just so frustrating those last 30 seconds. So I think the answer is both. You carry it over to an extent, but you do have to, I think they will be able to flesh it. If they're not practicing today, they will practice tomorrow.
Yeah, and in some cases, I was thinking of this last night, and this is probably too deep thinking, but when you do have injury, when you do have sickness, you are so concentrating on getting yourself healthy and back together again that the rawness of being down 0-2 is sort of secondary because you're getting your body back. And then, as human nature does, you try to go to positives. And you and I are going to get into that after the noon hour, talk about like the positives that you took away either from game one or game two or both, and where do they mostly come from. Jonathan in Norristown, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, John?
Hello. Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing today?
Great. Good. How about you?
I'm absolutely disgusted. I mean, we have one of the most experienced coaches there is, and why he had not already had plans. Look, if these guys make a basket, there's an automatic timeout. Before the tie shot, I'm talking about just to kill the momentum and to have the ball be brought at half court. I just cannot understand why that wasn't already in the game plan.
You mean after Brunson's bounce in?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It's like somebody texted me, Jonathan, like 29 other coaches in the league would have called timeout, and all of this stuff probably is erased.
He wanted the quick. He said it. He wanted the quick bang, bang. He
I
wanted
agree
to try
with
to get
you,
him.
though.
Right, and then normally when the coach calls the timeout to the ref, it's automatic. They normally turn around and face the other way. I heard another caller on a different station, ain't going to say their name, mentioned that, the referee saw that he pulled it back, so he pulled it back. Because it was a referee fan that called in. He was the ref himself. He said, I saw that the coach pulled it back, so the ref pulled it back. I've never heard of such a thing. Normally
I don't. Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it. That did come up in one of my conversations last night.
To which I said with you, the assumption was that he pulled it back. You clearly say him making the tee. Maybe he didn't do it as definitive, like he didn't do it seven times. But is it a tee or is it a not? Did he make the tee?
Yeah, there's so much that goes into this. You know, you don't know. You hope you're on the same page with referees that have reffed hundreds and thousands of games in some cases, and knowing coaches the way they do. You're reading body language sometimes.
Right.
And you're saying, okay, you might want a timeout here. And you see the hands go up, and then you see him definitively take his hand away. That's got to run through your mind, just like running through your mind the way the game's going. Like, what do I call?
But
what do I do? What am I doing?
That's assuming that the ref did see it. You have to look and see. You don't know that. You don't know if he saw that.
Yeah.
And then the other ref wasn't in position because he was already down there. You see him come into frame later after Maxey is able to get the ball a little bit and corrals it. So it's bang, bang. Like
There were so many
I know.
things. So many things.
We're talking, it's a 48-minute game, and we're talking about 29 seconds.
That's all. That's all it took. All right, I'm going to get Chris from Pennsauken in here real quick. Chris, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yo, what's up, Bobby?
How you doing, buddy?
Well, it could be better, but I was sitting with my daughter last night watching the game like everybody, and 17 years old, pretty smart kid. She had a good point. Between the kid up in Toronto, Chris Paul, about Foster, about these calls. LeBron James comes out on national TV and says that last night. I think the integrity of the game's going right down the pooper, man. Something don't smell right, man. Now look at the NCAA tournament. Same deal. I mean, it is outrageous. I know I played a lot of sports, Bob, and you know me, and you know my kid, and they all play different sports. I've never seen worse officiating. Forget about the Sixers game last night, and just plain basketball compared to the other three sports. It's not even close. I mean, when you have referees going to prison and stuff, I'm telling you, man, it don't smell right. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's not a mongoose. And that game better straighten itself out because in 5 years, that's going to be a total joke, and I guarantee they're going to lose a lot of viewers.
Chris, thanks so much for the call. Really appreciate you all the time. Look, I can't go there. And part of it might be naive that I am.
Yeah.
I have been in the NBA offices. I have gone and seen how it's run. I've done stories. I've spent days upon days with people that run this league, specifically on the officiating part of it. I see what goes into it. You're talking crooked, and there's people in there that used to be state troopers, that used to be, these guys want nothing more than to get it right. I could be wrong. I could be stupid. I don't think I am on this regard. That I don't think that is one of the questions there. Okay, when we get back, I do have questions for Amy about the goodness that came out of games 1 and 2 in Madison Square Garden. Do we see it the same way? Do we see it differently? We'll talk about that. You can jump in on it also, 610-632-0975. Middays, Bob Cooney today, joined by Amy Fadul, 97.5 The Fanatic. $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. 97.5 The Fanatic signing bonus is presented by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer. Demand Rand for justice. Please never text and drive, and as always, good luck.
Coming up at 2, the best show ever with Tyrone Johnson.
Keyword was wholesome. I attributed it to
Thank you.
Triumphant. I think we could go with Ray. Ray's a triumphant person.
Yes, there's a lot of triumph in his life.
There is a lot of triumph.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe not the last 24 hours.
Well, go
got a
back
little
beyond
vacation
that.
coming
You got a
up?
vacation coming up. You just had a lovely birthday.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I
you were
think, listen,
Plenty of triumph in your
You
life.
were surrounded by all the people that love you apparently on Saturday.
Okay. See, he's
which
taking
was
this
great.
one.
I was very happy for you.
All of a sudden, you get this look,
Yeah.
this
Very
little
happy for
tone,
you.
and then all of a sudden you
it
back
went
away.
Up, yeah, it went up a little high.
I was saying how for Ray.
We'll
Did it
run the
again.
tape back on that one. I'll pull the YouTube clip of that. You did not look like a man that was giving a very serious point right there. You tried last night. I appreciate you last night trying to hey, the sun's going to come up tomorrow, Ray. I was not having it.
No, you and Dave Dewar on our YouTube page. They weren't having.
They're saying
any
it's a
of
fake
this.
Dave, by the way. On
Oh, I don't care. I mean, I do care because I love the people that I know and the ones that I know that are real people.
Right.
I do love on our YouTube chat because they do. Good or bad. I feel like I always learn something from them every day, and that's why I love having them up, having their thoughts out there, whether they agree or disagree. I don't mind that. That's what sports is about. That's the coolness of it, and part of it is Amy last night was on NBC Sports Philadelphia. I was watching her and Coach Jimmy Lynam and Mark Jackson. And Amy said she felt better after, make sure I'm saying this right, you felt better after game 1 than you did after last night?
I'm telling you, I'm having a very hard time moving past those 30 seconds.
Okay. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, I just wanted to.
I'm going to qualify it. So I didn't feel better about the Sixers. I felt better about the Sixers' chances. Mathematically, obviously, it's not in their favor. I still think that they're going to win the series because I do believe that. I think the cream will rise to the top. This is a tough Knicks team, but I still think the Sixers can win the series. I think they will win the series.
Wow, we got Joel Embiid, too, sitting next to us
They're going to win the series?
We're going to win the series.
I go really high pitch. I go lower
I don't
for
have
him.
a very deep voice, so that's why I
I
have
go
to do
lower
it.
for him.
Yeah.
But no, I do believe that. But I felt better because I thought everything was correctable in game 1. There was so more to correct.
Okay.
You corrected it all in game 2, and it was like, that's how you lost the game. It was so deflating.
I love when she sinks
It's
her head
just-
into her
I
shoulders
was
like she's melting.
I was just like, no, I couldn't. It was so hard to stomach that 30 seconds and how it ended. It was so hard for me. It's still hard for me, but I'm positive. I'm bringing the sunshine from outdoors inside and into my outlook.
It's a wholesome way to look at it. I have to feel better about last night than I did game 1.
Because of the 47 minutes?
Yeah, like they were the better team for 47 and a half
They were.
minutes. Now, here's the key caveat, however you want to label it, the asterisk on that. Had, like Bill, I think it was earlier, said, has the losing mentality sunk in, though?
Is it permeated?
Has it been like, okay, we played like crap game 1. We gave up 26 offensive rebounds, whatever it was. And, we still only lost by 7 or whatever.
Yeah, 7.
Game 2, all right, we corrected a lot of those things. We played really good defense on Brunson again. Embiid and Maxey gave us everything they could give us. And we still lost somehow. Does that creep in, Aim? Or?
No, because you can go a step further. Yes, Maxey and Embiid gave you everything, but no one else did. You're looking at the rest of the team.
Well, that's 2 games now.
10
no one
points
else
from the
did.
bench.
Yeah.
10 points from the bench.
And what is that after getting, 10 points from the bench the game before? I don't remember what it was, but
No, it wasn't even.
is there something else you can count on? That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, you just hope the law of averages eventually come out, and they haven't yet. The law of averages have not reared their lovely head because we need them to rear their lovely heads. Guys need to play like they're average. That's all you want them to do, play like you're average.
Right.
You didn't have that bad quarter. You didn't have that real lack in rebounding and that defensive pressure. You kept that up the whole time. The law of averages says that Buddy Hield's going to get more points than that. It says that, Nico Batum is going to contribute offensively. It says that Tobias Harris is going to do something more than 10 points. It says that Kelly Oubre is going to contribute more than 4. It says all of those things. We have yet to see that actually come to fruition. And that's maybe the only thing that you can take away and think, okay, we did everything we could almost. We did everything we could defensively. We did everything we could in the rebounding department. We didn't do everything we could do offensively.
All right, let's switch that to the New York Knicks outlook.
They did everything they could across the board.
Well, Jalen Brunson is like 16 for 72 or something in this series.
Listen, he's giving it his all. He's taking the shots.
Yeah, are they saying, yeah, we've won 2 games, and our best player isn't even playing at his best?
You could absolutely look at it. I don't know that he's going to be able to, if they keep up the way that they've been guarding him with that length.
Yes.
He will not be able to do what he's supposed to do. The question is, can they keep up, that over a 7-game series?
Or let me change that. Should they keep that up? Should they still concentrate on, all right, Kelly Oubre and Tobias Harris and Nick Batum? You guys are going to have to run all over the floor to cover this 6'1" guard, and it's going to cost you maybe offensively, but we're taking him away. That's more important. You've taken him away for 2 games. You've lost. Do you reassess that thought and say, we need those guys more offensively than defensively? Maybe this is where we go. Or do you stick with it because you had a shoulda, coulda first 2 games?
I have to stick with it for me, on Brunson, just because I've seen him play. I know what he's capable of. If you do not have that stifling, smother, gang tackle type of defense on him, he will put up 40 points for you. And it won't matter because you have 2 players that can do that on your side. But then if you're banking on Tobias Harris and Kelly Oubre and Nico Batum not expending their defensive effort and being able to get, I don't know that I'm going to get another 40 points between those 3 guys. I don't know that.
Right.
I do know defensively they've been able to give me that. So I can't let up on Jalen Brunson. I know it's a risk because you're paying for it on the offensive end. I truly believe that. But to me, he is such a dangerous player. And if he gets going, it's just we're also counting on the Knicks not doing anything else. Who's to say that? The law of averages have yet to. Josh Hart, all world right now.
He's the best 3-point shooter I've ever seen.
8 3-pointers. My goodness.
Never had more than 3 in a game, and he's done 4 in both games 1 and 2. What's this? The New Jersey betting guru? I don't know. I'm a little hesitant to go to somebody that doesn't really give their name, but he's questioning Embiid's rebounding. What's going on, buddy? You're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yeah, what's up, Bob? Bob, we've hung out before. We've hung out before at Xfinity Live.
Oh, nice. Did I call you New Jersey betting guru, or did I call you by your real name?
My name's Jordan, but
okay, Jordan. All right, cool. No, that's cool.
What's going on, guys? So I've had an ongoing dialogue with your station and with Philly sports fans about Embiid, and I get so frustrated because I have a post up on IG right now, and it's very polarizing, and I just don't understand what people are seeing. It's literally like on that rebound at the end of the game, Joel Embiid is 7 foot. You just box the guy out. It's literally like he almost vanishes and then comes back in the screen, and the guys act like he's not even there. Like, they drive through the paint like Joel Embiid is not even there. He's a defensive liability at this point, and people just don't see it. And I don't understand. He doesn't box out, and then offensive rebounds. People wonder why we don't get offensive rebounds. Well, when you have your 7-footer taking 3-pointers at the beginning of shot clocks, nobody's able to get down low. You have 0% chances of getting offensive rebounds. It's a philosophy that's happened for year after year, and we've watched it. And it's like Joel Embiid is like that team when you're young, and you have that huge guy who's bigger than everybody else, and he dominates all the other teams. But then you get to the playoffs, guys that have been around for a while, know how to move, know how to play together, and then they get smoked, and they get exposed by a real team. And that just keeps happening over and over again. And that's what Joel Embiid is clearly to me. And I don't understand how the rest of you, like Philly sports, don't see it. I'm curious what your guys'
So to surmise what you're saying, you can't understand why Embiid isn't the player in the playoffs that he is during the regular season. Or are you looking at that one specific play from last night and say that's kind of a microcosm of what he is?
So I've been having this going on for 2 years, an argument back in the day. The guys before you guys, they've had me on debating it, and I just think he's a defensive liability. If you watch him throughout 48 minutes of the game on the floor, guys drive into the paint like he's not even there every possession. Every once in a while, he'll get like a trail from behind block. When you're 7 foot, you're not supposed to be blocking like you're LeBron James. You're supposed to have guys terrified to enter the paint.
I got to tell you, Jordan, thanks for the call. If you're not seeing guys that are a little hesitant of going into the paint or having their shot adjusted an awful lot by Joel Embiid,
You see it a lot. It's actually pretty common.
Look, could it be better? I hear you. It could be better. Everybody could be better at everything. There is some, if you're looking at specifically him being a better rim protector, okay, we can have that argument. If your conversation goes beyond that to say he's not what people perceive that he is as a basketball player, well, then it gets dicey going against you.
You see people absolutely avoiding. There's plays where we've broken it down, and the guy will run baseline. He looks over, sees Joel Embiid, keeps running baseline.
Oh,
He's not turning. He's not going anywhere in there because he knows what's going to happen. He has a giant wall of a human blocking his path. And I get what you're saying as far as the traditional rim. It's good to somebody called yesterday about the traditional center. Those days are gone.
Yeah.
Traditional rim protector, very few are. There's guys that are specialists in that, but that's not who he is. But to say he doesn't have the defensive presence, I think, is a little bit off the mark.
Yeah, I think it's. I would even go bigger than a little bit off the. Yeah,
quite off the mark.
A bit.
It's quite off the mark.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've heard that argument a million times from him.
Yeah, when he's healthy, when Joel Embiid is healthy. Look, I have questioned his power game in the past and said like his finesse game is extremely rare for somebody his size and extremely good for somebody his size. He doesn't really have a power game. And it's grown a little bit over the years where, it's not a drop step dunk on people. It's not that he jumps over people. He's not a good jumper. Like, I brought this up for years before I even came on radio. He's not a good jumper, and that's why a lot of his knee problem happens because he doesn't know how to land because he's not a good jumper. So, like, you get better at something by practicing it, by doing it a lot. He doesn't jump to his full height an awful lot. Therefore, when he does do it, he doesn't know how to land properly. And I am convinced of that. But yeah, Jordan, I don't know. It seems like you have an agenda on Embiid. I understand it because many do. But don't carry it too far. If you want to look at one specific, great. But if you're going to carry it further than that to say, like, he's not what people think he is, I got to tell you, there's a lot more people in the world that know basketball better than I, and they all voted him MVP and top 3 MVP for many years.
How do you walk through that game last night and, like, you give Embiid the one play where it's rebounding, and that's all you take away from watching Joel Embiid? That's my struggle with that. And that's my struggle with, because I've been here when Jordan has called in before and had this conversation about Embiid, and I know he's not alone. I know this is not just a him thing. I just don't understand how the takeaway from him solely continues to come down to just one play. When we talk about blame from last night, we can give credit where they're not in that situation at all, given what he gave you all throughout that game. Like that to me, yes, I'm frustrated. I told you the rebounding is going to be the one thing that sticks with me when I think back to that game. But to do the defense thing drives me nuts. Because laterally, him moving against guards and him moving right now on one leg trying to take guards, yeah, I could be upset with Hartenstein getting, 14 in the second half with the left-handed floater that's now there for him that I didn't realize was a thing that was a trademark of his game that now I'm livid about. Now. You can get upset about those different things, but people have to get by people, and Embiid has to be there to stop them. If it wasn't Hartenstein getting that floater, guess what? A worse big man is going to let that guard get in there, probably foul that guard get in there, and they're going to score because guys were getting beat off the perimeter. Like, to me, that's just, you're watching Embiid to rip apart Embiid. You're not watching the team to see what the team's doing. And that's what continually comes to the Embiid conversation. You don't watch the other 4 people on the floor. You just watch Embiid to reaffirm your biases against the guy.
Getting nervous. He's a little triggered over there.
Listen,
I am, because I'm so tired. I knew it's going to start. It's going to start
There's always going to be the people that will bash the player because of whatever their preconceived notion, and they'll look for to their point.
Exactly.
And that's how it works, and that's fine.
Amy knows how it works.
That's fine.
Terrell and Philly, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good.
Great.
How
about you?
I'm a huge fan, big-time listener. Like I said, I even follow Amy on the social media.
Oh, well, thank you.
That was funny with her comment yesterday about the ride home and this guy blowing his tire.
Right. Well, yes, that was like a microcosm of the night. The guy that got pulled over because he tried to, like, outrun a cop next to him was amazing.
I even cracking up. Bob is funny, too, on the low. Like, he was cracking me up when he told me to look at the sun. A couple weeks
Look, you got to admit, you stole a glance, didn't you?
Yeah, I stole one. I stole
say exactly. Ray, sit down and shut up. So, Terrell, what do you got about last night?
Respectfully, you guys know way more basketball than I do. You guys are way more plugged than I do. But I'm not ready. But I feel like LeBron is up there with you guys, too. Like, I feel like we can't dismiss what he's saying. I don't think the NBA is fixed. I think they're not choosing winners and losers, but I do think they're holding their whistles and they're being told, they're telling bad referees who's already bad at their job sometimes to hold their whistle, especially with a guy like Embiid who gets, 20 foul calls a night, 15. I'm exaggerating a lot, obviously, but you get a lot of fouls a night already, and I do believe they're telling him to hold their whistle. And I will not tolerate any Embiid hate, too. That's just crazy.
Yeah,
the dude is insane.
Like you're gonna what's the phrase? And Terrell, thanks so much. We appreciate you calling in as always. What's the phrase? You don't know what you got until it's gone. What was that? A Chicago song, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep, we'll go with that.
That's going to be Embiid.
Yeah,
it really is. I understand the frustration. Have the Sixers gotten to where you thought they would be with him? No, they have not. But yeah, I never understood that. We're watching something really special here. And look, you think anybody feels worse about what goes on with him come playoff time than him?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think they just think that he's just like, okay, here I am, injured again. Do you think he doesn't want to go into the postseason healthy, feeling good about how his body is going to hold up? No.
Have you ever had minor aches and pains? Just like you haven't because you're in terrific shape and all that stuff. But like I have a wonky back, and I've had it and it came about from playing too much basketball on concrete.
Right.
When I was, like at the time when I was like 25, I went to see the doctor about it at Temple University. And his questions were, well, what do you do for exercise? I'm in 3 basketball leagues. Where do you play? Outside on concrete. Yeah, you can't do that. So like 30 more years later, I stopped doing it. So I have a bad back. And it's acting up. It is so freaking annoying that you just want to feel better. Can you imagine being a professional athlete and you've never known what it's like to play in playoff series with your body feeling really good?
And I think also what people realize, or maybe they don't realize it, but he listens to a lot out there. He is a student of the game. He knows the perception around him. He knows that people think he's always hurt.
Yeah.
And he hates that because he's never performed and had the ability to perform because of some of the lingering injuries. It's funny when you give, we've talked about it before, you give certain guys a pass. There's people that will never give Joel Embiid a pass.
No.
They will always be like, that's it. This is what he does. He's injured. Okay. You could say the same about a lot of different players, but they get passes. And the reason you're going to get a pass is because if you've won a championship. Kevin Durant is injured every single year. Catastrophic, horrible injuries. But he's a generational player, generational talent who's also won. So you give him a little bit of a pass.
Yeah.
You don't give Embiid a pass yet. You win, you get a pass.
Yeah, it's such a weird dynamic with him. And I got some texts last night from people in the league about Joel Embiid that I'll share with you a little bit later. And we also have sound bites that we haven't gone to an awful lot today. But I want to rehash them. Joel Embiid and Nick Nurse talked last night after the game. They had some to say. When we get back, I want to hit on that. Get Amy's more reaction to it again for those of you who haven't heard it. This is Midday Show. Bob Cooney with Amy Fadul with us all day long here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Welcome back as we reach the 12:30 mark on this. I guess you got to call it kind of gloomy Tuesday in the sports world. In the real world, it's beautiful sunshine outside. Hope you're able to get out, do some exercise, and I don't know, get your walks in, your runs in, anything you like to do, anything to stay active, right?
Take your dog out for a walk.
Take your dog out. In your case, your kids, throw them in the, I don't know, something in the playground.
I got a little BP going probably.
Oh, you got batting? Yeah. Do you throw a lot, or do you guys have a cage?
No,
or
I'm
what's the
usually
deal?
I'm all-time quarterback. I do a lot of quarterbacking usually.
Do you?
Yeah, I do a lot of quarterbacking.
So Sean plays wide receiver on his football team? Is
Actually, he
a
plays
tight end?
quarterback on his team.
He does.
Yeah,
He's a lefty,
big
right?
lefty, big lefty. Yeah, he plays a lot of that.
He's going to be like that Kentucky quarterback.
Jared Lorenzen?
Jared Lorenzen. Oh, he passed, didn't he?
He did,
Oh,
actually.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Please don't put that on myself.
But yeah, I don't want your son
Hefty
to be
lefty.
a 300-pound quarterback.
On a good day.
300 was nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
that
a
was
couple
generous.
cheeseburgers over 300 at the end there. But hey, we got a Mother's Day giveaway that I have to tell you about. All you have to do is head to 975thefanatic.com to enter for a chance to win $2,000 for Mom in the Mother's Day nationwide contest. Sponsored by Pallades Florist. Make Mom's Mother's Day special with beautiful flowers from Pallades Florist. Now with 3 locations to serve you. Visit Pallades, that's Polites, florist.com. Okay, and we played it a little bit earlier, but, you know, we probably have some new crowd in here listening to us now. So I wanted to go back. Nick Nurse gets to the podium last night. Remember where he is. Game is over only 15 minutes ago.
Right.
Ended the way it ended, 7 seconds being what they were. Here's what Nick Nurse had to say when he got to the podium.
The first thing is, obviously, they score. We take a look at getting it in quick. We don't get it in quick. I call timeout. Referee looked right at me, ignored me, went into Tyrese. I called timeout again. Then the melee started. And, yeah, I mean, I guess I got to run out onto the floor or do something to make sure and get it needed.
A couple things on this. Talked, I would say semi-glowingly about Nick Nurse's coaching ability. We are happy with it. We have talked to him and gotten the inside outs in some cases about like what his philosophies are, how he is. We've talked to players and all that stuff. So I would call it glowingly. We talk about him as far as coaching X's and O's and all that. You, I mean, I saw you when you fell in love with your husband, Sean. I don't know if you were as giddy back then as you were from watching the inbounds play against the San Antonio Spurs.
Nick Batum can inbound the ball any day of the week. He's in the Hall of Fame just for inbounding the ball.
I looked at the look on your face, and it was like when you fell in love with Sean at the same time, it was unbelievable.
Sorry.
However, do you have, I don't want to say a problem with, does Nick Nurse's energy towards the referees each and every game bother you a little bit? Do nothing for you? Do you see it at all?
You mean throughout the game when he started? Well, there was one point when he started getting literally red in the face.
Well, I've seen that happen a lot this year.
Red in the face. You could see the color rising.
Yeah, and as an Irishman, that happens to when you have a certain temper control. Yes.
Yes, and your skin tone, I think, overall.
Yeah.
Just a tendency to lean into the redness. No, it does not bother me. I want fiery because sometimes I think that that's going to help you get the call. Sometimes it can work against you. I do not have a problem with that. I think that there was a lot of calls, and I knew we've used the word egregious, but there were some very egregious calls that did not go the Sixers' way. I think that they had some good challenges. I think that that's where the game is trying to get on the right path with these challenges. And obviously not everything can be challenged because when there's a no call, there's nothing to challenge, right? And so you're looking at, did he call the timeout or whatever? I did not have a problem with the fiery nature of his, demeanor, I guess, towards the refs. I think when you couple that throughout the game and then the first comments, are about, but that's almost getting ahead of it. He knows he's going to be asked, what happened in those last 30 seconds?
Right.
First things first.
That's a good point.
I tried to call timeout. The ref looked at me. He didn't see it. Now, that's where the assumption comes in. Maybe the ref thought he was negating it. We'll never know because the the pool reporter supposedly was 60 seconds late, and the refs were like, yep, I'm out. Like, if you're so confident in your answer, Don't you just wait just 60 seconds?
That's disappointing.
It is.
I've been the pool reporter at times.
There's so much going on to get over to where that they come off the court and where you set up to be the pool reporter. I don't think people realize that. It's not like that you have to go to a specific spot. Usually it's
it must
like right
have
off.
changed. I don't know how it works now. It used to be when I was pool reporter where the referees got changed their their dressing
outside.
room. Right. It would be pool reporter, and you'd say yes or no. If I had a question, yeah, they take in, boom, you ask your question. That's
I think
it.
you have
One
to
of the
be
refs.
stationed. Well, apparently, I guess you have to be stationed outside of where that is because they did not wait for the 1 minute.
Yeah, so apparently
Not
last
two.
time we saw something on Twitter. I have no verification of this. I don't really know. Someone put out there that the pool reporter was late a little bit and the refs didn't wait or the time went, and that was no longer a case. I stated at the beginning of the show, and it's just me. Look, I don't disagree with you people that are just livid about the non-calls late in the game and all of that stuff. I hear you. I go first though to the play. I go to why didn't Kyle Lowry call timeout? I mean that's on my player, and I can't imagine that throughout the look. The way Nick Nurse said it so casually, yeah, we try to get it in quick there, and if not, then we call timeout. Why doesn't your player know that? Or why didn't your player act upon that last night? And Tyrone came in here a little. And we talk about everything, and that's why we love our jobs so much. But Tyrone brought up something about like, hey, and Andrew this morning said that Kyle Lowry's a real winner. I agree
He said he
with
was
that.
the only winner.
Yeah,
I don't know that I agreed with that.
I know. So yeah, so he said he's the only winner that this Sixers
he is a
team may
winner.
have. He is a winner, no question about it. He's a 19-year veteran. How does he not know that? Like,
Call
all right, look
timeout.
real quick, timeout. I got to tell you, look, I played nothing ball, junior college ball, no big deal. My first thing is like if I have hesitancy inbound that ball, timeout. Kyle and Nick Nurse said it casually. Yeah. Kyle Lowry calls that timeout. None of this other stuff happens. And you know who wishes he would have called timeout? Probably the referee standing right there, so they didn't have to go through all the nonsense
talk exactly of the nonsense
that they went through. But there was a lot of stuff that went down there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We go into this game, we went into this series, this playoff series, and you had two positives. When people are talking about, one is Nick Nurse is a positive. And I don't know that we had felt that before. You felt positive in his play calling. You felt positive in the in-game adjustments and the game-to-game adjustments. And you're seeing that bear out in front of you. You're seeing some really good things. Then something like that rears its ugly head. Then another thing we talked about positively, and we talked about our starting lineups, and I went with you, this was a month ago. I would have Kyle Lowry. I certainly would have him in to close the game because he's my coach out there, and he knows what Nick Nurse wants. And that came to fruition, and you're like, oh, you're not bad. Yeah. That was why that is so problematic, that 30 seconds. There's so many and they just compounded on each other.
If we break it down and go, half second by half second, we probably come up with 7 or 8 different things
it's unbelievable.
that there's about. Yeah. So frustrating indeed. Malik in Philly, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Malik?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
No offense, but I don't want no one to blame it on Kyle Lowry. The refs, it was so much things that happened on that one play. Maxey jersey got ripped, and then and anything, if a player falls to the ground, it's either a walk or a foul. Something has to be called. So the refs got away with so many on that one play, and then it's 3 refs on the court. How do not one ref see the coach call a timeout? So it's
Leak, real quick. I just want to set this straight. I did not blame Kyle Lowry for the loss. I questioned how come he didn't call the timeout.
Yeah, but I don't know. For one, Kyle Lowry, he's overperforming. Like Kelly Oubre.
That's fine, but you got to call the timeout there.
I don't blame him on the timeout. There's so many things happening on that one play. Like he got him the ball. He got fouled more than one time. He got fouled before he hit the ball because Jalen Brunson grabbed the shirt. So the ball got in. It wasn't an issue getting the ball in. The issue was
there obviously was an issue because they didn't get it in. It didn't work the way they wanted. And I'm not arguing with you, Malik. Huh?
It got into him. It got in his hands.
Sorta. You should watch it again. It's not clean.
He didn't catch it and have possession.
Yeah, it's not clean.
Yeah, that wasn't clean. My thing is, Malik, my thing always would have been if there's a question that I can't get in, I'm calling timeout. That was questionable because, A, he didn't catch the ball cleanly. B, he was getting fouled. There was no clear-cut, easy entry pass. I just think Kyle Lowry should have called a timeout. And I'm not, again, thanks, Malik. I'm not blaming Kyle Lowry for the loss. I think he should have called a timeout there. I mean, I think Embiid, Batum, Tobias Harris should have boxed out there and kept,
or come to help him when you see Tyrese Maxey isn't available.
Yeah, like if you look at it, they were wide open. They had players to the left of them. Had they gone straight down the lane towards the ball, they could have gotten the ball from Kyle Lowry. So there's a lot of stuff going around. Who do we got? Jay Kennedy from Philly. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on?
How you doing today?
Doing great. How about you?
I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener. I just been getting disappointed with the way people are trying to bash Tobias Harris a lot, and don't see the little things that he do to compete in the game.
Yeah,
it must be awfully little because I'm having trouble finding them sometimes.
Okay, did you find him on that rebound that we really needed coming down the stretch of the fourth quarter? Did you see that one?
I did. I saw he grabbed the rebound. I also mentioned that he did a hell of a job on Jalen Brunson. Late in the game, played a great defensive there. Yeah.
Exactly. And I mean, we should be commending him for some of the things that he do.
Okay, but if there's 10 bad and 2 good.
Again.
And he's not the way I will say this, the way that Doc Rivers had him playing, he still played. He doesn't go back to the way he used to play. He was a mid-range massacre. He would kill you in mid-range. He's not a three-point shooter.
Well, he was about 39% three-point shooter under the Clips.
I'll take more of those mid-range.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's blaming Tobias after this one.
No.
I'm just not going to praise him for having an average game.
Okay, I can accept that.
That's a perfect way of putting it in. Thanks for the call. We really appreciate
I get it.
that.
Tobias, again, it's like a punter for me. If I don't talk about you, you did your job. And I thought he did. And I will talk about his defense because this is something where you haven't seen Tobias at times be in games late because he opts for Kelly Oubre for defensively. But obviously Nick Nurse saw that he was doing a very good job on Jalen Brunson. He kept him in. I thought that said a lot. And for Tobias, if I'm Tobias, that says a lot to me that my coach is trusting me in the crux of the game. That's a good boost. But I think that I don't think anybody's going to look at that game and be like, well, Tobias didn't do this. Do I need more than 10 points from him? Absolutely. But I thought he did everything. And there was a guy that was earlier was talking about, where'd Oubre go? When you're doing the defense job that they're doing on Jalen Brunson, you're gonna give away a little bit.
Yeah.
You want to get a little bit more. I'd love to get shots is on the slightly lower end of what I'd like for Tobias. I'd like to get up to 13, 14.
Yeah, that turnaround of my eye is solely on this man all the time. Every 24 seconds.
I didn't look at it like that.
They have the ball. My eyes. Now, now we go play offense. Whereas before, with someone like, say, Kelly, let's go. It's not that sole concentration on shutting down that one player. Okay, when we get back, I want to hit what Joel Embiid had to say because we are looking for some brightness out of these 2 losses up in Madison Square Garden. Brightness wasn't something that Joel Embiid wanted to look at, per se, as he kept his head down the whole time with the eye situation. But brightness is how he is describing the rest of this series. All that and a whole lot more. Amy Fadula is with us until closing time at 2. Bob Cooney, midday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, Tyrone and Jen Scordo. Right now, it's Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Welcome back, or thanks for joining us. All of those things on this Tuesday afternoon. About an hour away from the best show ever. You're going to get Tyrone, Ricky, and Jen, the great threesome that they are. Have you ever... It's hard for me because I have something with one of my sons on Fridays, so it's kind of hard for me to, but I have to make it appointed listening to their, I think it's 5:30, Ray, you probably know, 5:30 on Fridays. Is that when you do it, Ty? So they'll play, like, outtakes from the week that might not have sounded all that great. And I'm lucky enough that I get to hear a lot of it before the night because I'm not available to do it at nighttime. Dylan will play me some of the cuts that are going to be. It is hysterical.
It's hilarious. It's like misspeaking and a little bit of like miscues or outtakes.
Yeah.
Different stuff.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
It is good stuff, and they're always good stuff. Best show ever. They'll be coming up at 2 o'clock today. But until then, Amy Fadul and I will take you on through as we discuss what in the holy hell happened last night. I don't know.
Nope.
And look, there are a lot of you. Let's get that LeBron James cut ready, if you don't mind, Ray, because there are a lot of you that are upset about the officiating. I totally understand it. Amy also understands it. Well, you had somebody on your side last night, believe it or not, about 3,000 miles away, and that was LeBron James.
And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers-Knicks game, too. What are we doing?
That was
what are we doing?
LeBron came out and complained because there was a non-call in his game.
No,
where
it was a call, and they reviewed it, and they overturned it on
Okay,
D-Lo.
my fault. Yes. So a call that was overturned, and he was complaining about that, and then out of nowhere, just watched the end of the Sixers game before he went on to play his game, and brought that up. What are we doing here? A lot of that is the thought of people today, but there's also a lot of places to go with what happened in that final 20. Refereeing a part of it? Absolutely. So is the play of the New York Knicks, and so is the play of your Philadelphia 76ers, and that's what we're talking about all day today. Joe in West Philly, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, Rob? What's up, Andy?
How you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm just like, Kyle Lowry at 38 years old, man, excluding Maxey and Embiid, got more dogs than anybody on the team, man. He's 38 years old, and people don't even show the energy like that.
I'll take him on my team anytime, Joe.
Every day.
Anytime, right? And with Maxey and Embiid, it's a 1-2 punch. It is no third or fourth option on this team. Forget it. You know what I mean? There's no use to keep saying somebody just third or fourth option. Whatever you get from anybody else is just what you get. And, I mean, these guys keep them. We can't make a defensive stand. We can't make an offensive run. I don't know what's going on with the bench. And Buddy Hield and Kelly Oubre, is it really these guys, what they say, that y'all perform on bad teams and things like that? Because once we got into the playoffs, I don't know what's going on with Kelly. He doesn't attack the basket like he was. He's not doing the things he was doing on offense. I know he's doing a job on Jalen Brunson, and Buddy Hield, he just can't get it together. I mean, it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating.
It is,
yeah.
Joe, you hit it on the head, Joe. Thanks so much for the call.
We all felt that.
It is, and it's so many things, and there's so many questions to be asked, and that's a great one that he put out there. Where is Kelly Oubre offensively, and where is Buddy Hield offensively? They're not getting shots off.
No, that's the thing. You want the 2 3-point attempts from Buddy Hield is way too few, and I understand his minutes, but don't you create that as your role out there? So get something going. Get open, find the lane, find something, do something in a positive way. Then that could help you get going. The only bucket he made was a driving layup. I mean, that's not what I want Buddy Hield to do.
No.
I do want Kelly Oubre to do that. And obviously I know we've been talking about trading defense for offense, but I think, Joe had a point about driving, the aggressiveness and the absolutely assertive nature with what Kelly Oubre plays. You're not seeing that as much. And so you need to figure that out. You need to figure out from him, is it too much? Is it too taxing on you right now? Does someone need to come help on the Jalen Brunson because we need to get you going? We can't have 4 points from Kelly Oubre.
This ran through my mind last night. Is part of the responsibility on Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey to get other players involved? Like, look.
Maxey and Lowry as the guards. I mean, yes and no on Embiid, just because he is such a vacuum out there.
Yeah.
That it is. I don't know that I'm going to count on him to be the playmaker. But yeah, maybe on one or two, if you're seeing somebody struggle. I mean, I would think there's got to be some kind of halftime chatter about, listen, we need to get Kelly going here, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Where are they doubling from? They're doubling from your left all the time when
So
you're
then
backing down?
then you go
Well, then
right.
let's get Kelly over there. When they come and double, let's make sure and look for him and Kelly be ready to shoot.
Yeah.
Or
And
Buddy
be ready
Hield
to
be
shoot.
ready to shoot. Yeah,
That's
be
the
ready to
problem.
perform offensively.
That is the problem.
It's being ready to shoot. I think especially for Buddy right now. Every
Yeah.
time he catches the ball, it does not seem like he's in the position where he's going to make something up shooting the basketball.
You're
I think that's
exactly
why
right.
we're getting to the number of attempts right now. Because every time Buddy touches the ball in the offense, like he's moving one way, he's moving another. He's not really in a set position to shoot, and they're not getting him the basketball. Like I think it's a combination of both things, where he's not in the position to do it, and they're also not getting it to him in that position. I think you guys said it yesterday with Lowry. If you told me in February he's playing 39 minutes, you'd ask what went wrong. If you told me Buddy Hield's playing 15 minutes in a playoff game and only having 3 attempts, I'd ask this guy was supposed to be the difference maker.
Yeah, great point, Ray. Okay, look, here's what we're going to do for the final hour. We're going to turn it into positivity hour. Now, those of you who are on the line, you don't have a lot of positive things to say. That's okay. No problem. I want to hear your thoughts. However, I want you to put a little spin on it at the end. You're going to have to give a little positive energy after your comments, your initial comments also. That's what we're going to do, 1 o'clock hour. Amy Fadul is here until we close this place down at 2 before the best show ever. Bob Cooney here, middays, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic. TheFanatic.com.
Welcome back. Aim, do you remember a couple hours ago it was 11 o'clock?
Yes, I love the 11 o'clock hour.
Well, it was brought to you by Golden Nugget Jewelers. That's where Philly gets engaged.
Fabulous.
And guess what? That past hour?
12 o'clock.
It was 12 o'clock.
Amazing hour.
It was, and that's brought to you by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system. Service First. Learn more at ServiceFirstHVAC.com. There we go. All cut up.
Well done.
My fault. I see. Away from everybody.
Start chit-chatting.
Yeah. So we're turning this hour around a little bit, and all you people that are on the line, we're going to get to you very shortly. I understand the complaints that you have and what you want to talk about, but I want you to end your first thought with something positive moving forward about this series. Just something. Like, be creative. You can do it. I know you can. I feel like I'm Nick Nurse out there.
Yeah,
all right.
get out there. We
it's
got this.
okay. We can do this. We can do this, Ray. Because here's the amount of positivity that was coming out of Joel Embiid after last night's game.
We're good. We're going to win this series. We're going to win this. We know what we got to fix. We did a better job today, so we're going to fix it. But we're the better team, and we're going to keep fighting.
There it is, Aim. Like,
that's your leader.
That's exactly what you said earlier. You said you think they're going to win this series still, that they are the better team. You looked at me for affirmation, and I just
did not.
I looked the other way.
You did not give me the affirmation I needed.
That's just me. I have not made predictions on this series yet.
Okay.
I was asked last night on the pregame show as we were getting out. Pat Egan looked at me, and I said, I need a prediction for tonight. And I said, it's going to be a close game. And and then I looked at D, and I said, your turn.
Yep.
So that's all I went with. Ron in Harleysville, you're on 97. For this with a positive.
We're big fans of you. Fantastic job. But
thanks, Ron.
You're welcome. Couple things that were Kyle Lowry, in my opinion. I want to talk about the efficiency, and then I'll try to be positive. But so Kyle, a couple of things. One is he missed 2 free throws late in the game. 1 out of 2 hurt us bad.
Yeah.
If he makes the second and DiVincenzo hits it, it's a tie game, and Nurse goes into last play mode. His problem was on a made basket, he should have ran the baseline. He would have promoted a better angle to Maxey, and we teach the ball, albeit Brunson grabs his shirt. A bounce pass and running the floor, he catches the ball. They foul, we win the game. So, Larry, I don't mind him jumping out. He's done it all. Job to get the inbound pass before the defense sets up. He just forgot to run. And I'm going to be honest, I promise. With the officiating, since when did Jalen Brunson get the to extend his right hand and clear space the entire game? That's one. And DiVincenzo, his aggressive hacking, reaching, they've allowed the Knicks to interrupt our offensive set. Extreme physicality. That's my
okay.
Time by clearing out, and DiVincenzo and everyone, and Newbie, all of them, they're pressuring our ball handlers. They're not that great at it.
No, you're right. You have to be physical back. Ron, give me your positive thought.
The positive is that, my positive is Nick Nurse. He figured out the rebounding, where I think, Amy, you said last night, we actually led rebounding, so he'll coming home, he'll figure out a way to create space to get Buddy Hield some open looks. It's Nurse's responsibility, not Joel's. You space the floor so that if they double, Hield catches and shoots.
All right, Ron, thanks so much. I had to catch you because of some time going on here. Great call. A couple of things. I think he said he's either a ref or a coach or something.
Yeah, he definitely gets some coaching.
Yeah, that, and I'm not being mean here. That running the baseline and throwing a bounce pass, you teach that to younger kids.
Don't bounce pass with a guy draped all over you.
I don't want the ball slowing down. The team is pressuring you. A bounce pass slows the ball on the other team. The run in the baseline, pros just don't do much. They just don't. I understand you can do that after a made basket. You can't do it anytime else. I understand building the angle and stuff like that. Go towards, he should have called the timeout. It was a situation where it was not positive. You weren't 100% sure you're getting that ball inbounds where you want it to go. I'm calling a timeout, taking the ball at half court. But That's for another day. Danny in Temple, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Danny, don't forget, finish us with a positive thought.
Yeah, I got you. My issue is more with the fans. The fans instantly starting to complain. It's annoying because, it's a tough loss, whether it's the refs or if it's the team. The instant assigned to blame, I've seen people compare the Maxey thing to the Bradbury. It's a loser mentality that annoys me. And, the immediate complaints, and it's nonstop. Everywhere I go.
So you're talking you're talking Sixers fans on social media a lot, Danny?
Yeah, just my friends here at Temple, on social media, everyone is nonstop complaining. And, when the teams are winning, this is the best sports city in the world. When the worst place to be. And to bring back the positive note, you lose 2 at the Garden. The good news is there's 2 at Philly. Go in those next 2.
All right.
I'll appreciate that, Danny.
Yeah,
sure.
some positive.
I don't mind when fans get upset. I don't mind. It's
a natural reaction.
Yeah, and I don't want apathy. If fans weren't upset, that's apathy.
Right.
Okay. No, I love to hear the crazy. Last night, as soon as the game was over, Ray and I were going back and forth texting each other. But I showed you my phone now. I got phone calls, texts. I got pictures of the game. All of these things going on. That's what sports is to me. The reaction of it all, the pleasure of watching it, the entertainment, the ups and the downs, all of that, and then talking about it the next day. Danny, I understand it gets on your nerves, but I don't mind it.
I'll disagree. One little caveat for him. I think even when the teams are losing, it's still the best sports town.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, it's because we're talking about it.
Well, Danny's
it's
young.
fun.
He's still at Temple. So, good on him.
Go Owls.
Yeah, go Owls. Good on him. We have no rules here as far as being a fan. You and I talked about it during the break. You can be a fan of anyone you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't gatekeep anyone's fandom.
No, you
fan for whatever.
You could grow up in South Philadelphia and like any 4 teams you want. It doesn't affect me at all. I don't have and make rules on fandom. So you do you. Steven West.
How we do? Try to get to all my points, Danny. Wanted to talk about the Sixers offense. I think, and I've heard a lot of the national pundits say that Joel's got to play below the foul line for us to win. And watching the last 5 minutes of the game, it's obvious. We all know why he can't go below the foul line. His knee's screwed up. But aren't they designing anything for any of these like Buddy Hield to take some shots? Because we know he can't create his own shots. I was just curious on why they weren't running anything for them dudes.
Well, it's a great question because why does Bogdanovich get open shots? Why does
Dante
Deuce get open shots? Dante, they're not running plays for them. I think that's coming in the flow of the game, and that's why I kind of questioned earlier: is the flow of the game somewhat, air quotes, hindered because so much of the scoring is coming from just 2 guys?
No, I hear you.
What's your positive spin?
Positive spin is, what did Maxey and Joel got 68 points? We're really not getting anything from. We're not getting any points from.
Correct.
Well, I think it's about but they're going to show up at home. No sweat.
What?
I like that, Steve. Thanks so much. I think it's going to be a sweat.
The Knicks make you earn it.
Yeah, they're
you earn
tough.
everything.
Well, look, Josh Hart might
win.
be playing his best basketball of his pro career right now.
Some would say that that's what he's done for a while, at Villanova included.
Yeah,
or especially.
Things that was brought up as I sarcastically brought up the fandom thing. The guys on the morning show were complaining that Villanova tweeted out how alum, I shouldn't say alum, how good their I don't know if they
products. They're Villanova products.
Products. I couldn't think of the
guys
word.
that went to Villanova.
We're doing.
Well, I think 2 of them are alum. I think Josh and Jalen both graduated.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about Dante.
Yeah, I always say products because I never know.
Right.
But the school put out tweets saying that they're killing it against the Sixers, and the guys on the morning show who have fan rules are like, you can't do that. You can't. I don't know. They went to that school. Like,
I mean, it's also a recruiting tool for Villanova.
Yeah.
It's the Villanova men's basketball account talking about how well their players are doing in the NBA. That's a recruiting tool.
If that turns you off as a Philadelphia fan or whatever, because, there's Villanova, Philadelphia. I can't be bothered with that. Admitting to John of fandom, it really goes up my.
It doesn't do much for you.
No, it's no. Story, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. T-Love, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? Well, let me start with the positive first.
All right,
okay.
Cool.
Yeah, and that would be the next games are in Philly.
All right.
So that's the positivity I have. Home cooking seems to be the recipe, so I'm going to go with that for the positivity. Now, here we go. My problem is, first of all, I don't want Joel taking last 3-point shots. I don't want that. I don't ever want that. I know he's hurt. We got to do something to get him in the post. I would have rather seen a play to go inside to him and get a possible foul. I'd rather see him miss in the paint than miss at the perimeter. I think
which play are you talking about, T? Are you talking about the one where Maxey got his layup blocked, or the last play of the game?
I'm talking about the last play of the game. Now let's go to defensive rebounding is what lost this game. We had enough seconds left, and you give up. You let the other team out rebound you. No aggression. I said it yesterday. We messed up when we didn't get a center instead of Kyle Lowry, but that's besides the point now. Who is the floor general? I mean, I think the coach is doing a great job, and we know we wouldn't get this far if it was the other guy. So I all hands up. I applaud Nick Nurse for what he's doing, but we have no floor general. We got to get into a position to know what to do at crunch time. Maxey should have never let that ball go. I know it's the excitement, he should have held on to that ball, maybe try to call timeout or something. If there wasn't a timeout, he just should have held the ball. I would have rather see him jump the ball than just throw the ball away and have the Knicks luck up and get a 3-point shot.
T, thanks for the call. Really appreciate it. He said he was talking about the last play of the game, getting beat inside, all of that.
You have to watch that with the 6 seconds where there wasn't.
If you get the ball inside, Knicks are just going to let you score. They're up 3.
Yeah. You needed a 3-pointer.
Yeah, that was wonky. You can have thoughts about the play where they just gave the ball to Maxey and said go, and everybody else spread out. I don't know if there was a secondary. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if. One other thing. I don't know if you remember. I think the Sixers were up 97-96. In the game, and the Sixers have the ball, and Maxey just loses it.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I think he dribbled off his foot, whatever it was, and at the time, I'm like, oh,
what was
damn.
That?
Obviously, it's a 1 point. Yeah. But you look back on it, we can talk about the Lowry missed foul shots and all the other things. That was huge also.
Because of where it was in the game.
Yeah, and it was unforced. There was nobody really around him.
There was somebody close to him, but not at that point.
Yeah, he just lost the ball. Yeah. And there's just, so many little things that went on with that game that you just, that's why in this last hour, Ray, and we're doing it mostly for you, if we're being honest.
To get you back on.
So Amy and I are sitting in here, we're a couple years older than you. So we were like the older brother and sister. And we're like, damn, Ray really got triggered with that Joel Embiid talk. He's really down today. His hair's a little disheveled.
His hair looks great.
There's a little disheveledness going on. But, we felt bad. So we said, all right, let's end this hour with activity for Ray.
Yeah, to
so that's what we're doing.
Through.
We want to hear
little ray of sunshine.
We want to hear your thoughts. I know what's coming out of last night. That's him, but then you have to finish it with a positive thought because we're 610-632-0975 thought. And that's what Matt in Levittown's going to do for us. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Bob. Can you hear me okay?
Got you good.
All right, I'm on my way to Cincinnati. That's why I'm not sure about the coverage out here. So I wanted to ask you, I know everybody is like all trying to get Buddy Hield going and Kyle Lowry and Kelly Oubre. Everyone is like so like pulling for them. And then we're killing Tobias for 5 years of service because he's not playing as good as these guys. I don't like it. But my main question is, how come Campaign or anybody else can't get in ahead of Buddy Hield right now? Is there any benefit to playing Buddy Hield?
I think that's a good point, Matt. I think it's just hope. Hope that he finds himself. Hope that he finds his shot. Hope that he finds open areas of the floor and turns into that guy who, since he's come into the league, has made the second most three-pointers in this league behind Steph Curry.
Yeah, it just seems like it's like unwarranted, the hope we have for Buddy Hield. Is that true?
Well, I don't know about
if it's unwarranted. Yeah, I don't know if unwarranted is right. I get what you're saying, Matt. I think you're thinking like, oh, but in the same breath that you want everybody else to come up to their average, you come up to that average. I think that's it. So everything you think about the Kelly Oubre is like, oh, they're going to come to perform. They're going to it'll turn right for them. You also have to have that same belief for Buddy Hield. So when you're wondering why he's in over a Campaign, the law of averages will tell you why.
Right. So, Matt, do me a favor, Matt. Give us a positive thought on your last thoughts.
The one thing I woke up sure of today is that I think the Sixers are going to win by 30 in game 3.
Wow, Matt, don't drink and drive, please. That's all we ask of you.
Safe
by
travels
30.
to Cincinnati.
Yeah, right? I mean, lost my headphones. 30-point win game, I would say that's probably not going to happen.
That would be amazing. Like, we could all use a nice, relaxing win where Joel Embiid doesn't have to play in the fourth quarter. We'll harken back to earlier in the season where he had, 11 or 12 of those games where he doesn't. I don't see it happening, but that would be what we earned it. We deserve it. I don't know that we're going to get it.
Harken's a word that's not used enough. I like the word harken.
Right? Harken.
Yeah. Is it an old-time word?
I use a lot of old-time words.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of old-time expressions.
Oh.
I won't.
A lot of bad things. I say.
Now what's wrong with you?
My grandma.
I've been nothing but nice. Yeah. I made this whole last segment
dedicated
about
to
you,
Ray Dunn.
And you're going to come at me? Yeah, people see what I'm putting up with. My God. Chuck in Dallas, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, Chuck?
I'm pretty good, man. Just bummed out. Listen, so the combination of Oubre, Harris, and Buddy Hield are in the first game. They totaled 17 points. Last night they totaled 16 points. If this becomes a trend, we're not going anywhere past this round. I don't get it, but I can give what's the name around all day, the point guard, Bronson.
Yes.
Yeah.
But look at the stats. The three of them are averaging about 16.5 points in games. We can't win. It's not happening. So maybe somebody needs to come off the bench and switch up. Hield looks like he's scared. Like apparently he's never played in the playoffs.
Right.
No, that's correct.
They need to put somebody. He looks scared to touch the ball. Like this, we're not going anywhere with him playing this. But look at. That's what I'm trying to say. This is like deer in a headlight type situation here. I don't know what's going on.
All right, but Chuck, you got to finish your thoughts on a good note.
The only hope I have is that we're playing at home and they'll feel more relaxed. I think Oubre can ball. Tobias, I don't know. I'm just hoping on Oubre and Nicolo, whatever his name
Batum?
is, from Flip ball out. We could get game 3. But those 3 guys, man, Hield.
I'm going to have to hang up on you, Chuck. No buts. Yeah. There was no buts there.
We got to finish on a positive.
Positive note. He threw the butt in as soon as that butt started to come in. I had to wipe away from that because I just didn't want any butt there. Yeah, you have to keep the positive. We're trying to get Ray into a better spot. So when you call, don't mind anything you have to say. You can complain. You can do whatever you want. But you have to finish with some sort of positive thought for our new 24-year-old here, Ray, who has been walking around down in the dumps, schlepping all over the studio. It just hasn't looked good. All right, when we get back, we'll do more of that. I have a couple of questions for Amy about her feelings for Thursday. I don't like to look too far ahead. Thursday, to me, is like 10 miles down the road. But I know for some of you, it's right around the corner. So I will ask Amy some questions on it. Amy Fadul's here with us until closing time at 2 o'clock. Today's Bob Cooney, 97.5.
I still don't feel much better.
and 975thefanatic.com.
1:30 here on the Midday Show. So glad you joined us. Hope you're having a great, great day. I know it was a tough one last night, and we're trying to get you through it. I'm bringing in my inner Joel Embiid with the sunglasses on right now. We were talking about it with Tyrone during the break, the eye situation with Joel Embiid. Nobody's really, like Keith Pompey asked on Sunday, is there something with the orbital fracture? And
something going on with his eye, yeah.
Right, and Nick Nurse said, no, it's fine. It's not fine. There's something going on there, and I feel bad for the guy. I don't know what it is. You see that one eye blinks, one eye doesn't. Wasn't that a group, One Eye Blinks? No,
One Eye Blind.
There you go.
Close.
Hey, you happy yet? We're working on you. See, that's just wrong.
I thought that was
Hey, I do have to shout out Voodrew on our YouTube page.
Yeah, what's
he gets my humor.
Oh, he likes that?
I think it went right over. I know it went over Ray's head. I don't know if you picked up on it when the guy said butt, and I said, no, I got to wipe your butt.
I definitely did not.
You didn't get
That's a dad joke.
But Voodrew was right there. He's like, I got you, Bob. So I appreciate you,
I was
Voodrew.
panicking because the mic wasn't on. I thought it was hollow-sounding audio. I was like,
Yes.
what happened?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
I was panicking.
Were you? Okay.
A little bit there. Yeah, I wasn't really focused on the jokes. I was focused on making sure that something didn't break.
Yes. Yeah.
Important in the radio world.
Yes.
All right,
Sorry, producer mode took over. I'm no fun.
I do not blame you. So, Aim, these two games up in Madison Square Garden, I label them as could have, should have, in that order. Could have won game one, should have won game two. We saw what it was. These are dog fights. I don't think that's going to change. I think coming back to Philadelphia, it's going to be a dog fight. But as we're labeling this last hour for Ray's benefit as a positive one, what are the biggest positives that you'll take to Thursday night for this Sixers team?
The adjustments that were made from game one to game two. I think that's a huge positive. For 47.5 minutes, you played the game that you wanted to play. You defended the way you wanted. I don't know that you played the complete offensive game you wanted, but you certainly would take that. You've mentioned, is it detrimental to the rest of the offense to have it so focused on two guys? There's another side to that coin, right? The other side is you've got two, all-world, all-star type players that are really rising to the occasion, and it's hard to kind of get involved. So I think that you can take the good with the bad there. So I would take that. You could have and should have. So in your mind, you could have had a 2-0 series lead. That's a positive in and of itself. You do not have that. It's hard to stomach that. And we know what happens, 2-0 series leads and best of 7. There's a percentage out there. I'm not going to say that percentage because I don't believe in it right now. I don't believe
You're talking about the 7. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That was negative. I didn't mean to be negative. I just wasn't sure of what you were speaking. I got to take this.
It is pretty funny. If somebody goes up 2-0 in a series, in a best of 7 series, they win that series 92% of the time.
Oh, 8. I'm sorry, 8%.
Yeah, you gave us less.
My fault. Yeah.
But I don't believe that. But there's also I'm going to be. Go ahead.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I'm going to be from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance.
Well, Dumb and Dumber. That's something we can use for.
So you're saying there's a chance. It is what it is. There are more positives to take away than I thought if you're looking at a 2-0 series deficit.
I kind of agree with you.
Right?
I kind of do agree with you that, there are positives coming back here. I
don't know it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, I'm not making predictions on this series.
But it's a win.
The only thing I said was last week that this Knicks team scared me. I said
you gave it a 4.5.
I did 4.5 out of 5 on the concern level. They're just a tough team, and they're playing really well. And maybe, just maybe, the group that you have there has the right coach for them, or that coach has the right group for the style that he likes to coach. And he's also a coach that 47% of the players polled said they don't want to play for. Great. That's hysterical to me. Manny Arlington, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, Manny?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Hi, Manny.
I can't complain. Another day. Tough loss yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm going to make it quick. I felt like they did all right. And the series coming back to Philly, so you should be good there. I would just say I wish Maxey would have took the last shot. I like his, 3-point percentage better than Embiid. Or maybe even pass it to Batum. He was wide open.
It was a wonky.
Yeah,
it was almost like. Go ahead.
It was almost like it was forced. I don't know that they realized how much time was on the whole thing was very strange. Because there was almost 6 seconds left. That's more than enough time to try to create a little bit.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was wind was out of their sails at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, I think, like I said, I think with it coming back to Philly, I think they'll be good to go. Then win the next 2, and then we go from there. But I don't think it's over yet. I think there's still some hope left.
All right, Manny, from your mouth to the basketball god's ears, I'm all fit.
I'll take it.
Ray, see, we're getting all these people making you feel better.
Yes.
Love surrounding you on Saturday. Today, we're even getting you more love.
And I appreciate their love, and you guys might appreciate this.
Now, breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
On the note of positivity, something positive for the Eagles. The NFL reinstated Philadelphia's Isaiah Rodgers, who was suspended for the 2023 season for violating the NFL's gambling policy. He may participate in all team activities effective immediately.
Oh, so does that tell you that the Eagles do not take a corner in the draft because you just picked up another one?
No, that doesn't tell me that. I know you want a lineman.
He's so boring.
We're going to talk about this on Thursday. But come on.
Whoa,
No.
Calm down. I didn't say I want.
I've seen it on Instagram. I've seen you named the gentleman.
I had to pick either cornerback or offensive lineman.
He's had the hots for this Oregon center for weeks now.
He is good.
Powers Jackson.
He is so fun
big
to
fan.
watch. Oh, man. He's a big fatty, too. He'll kill people out there. He's good.
We're going to talk about this on Thursday. We can talk about it now, too.
Nah, let's talk about it on Thursday.
You're wrong on this one.
I'm wrong on what?
On the pick.
Can I be wrong? I didn't say anything. I was asked if I wanted an offensive lineman or a corner.
Josh, back there, go pull the audio from the
Maybe
Instagram
I want a
clip.
defensive lineman as my ultimate pick.
So from those two, that's what.
He asked me specifically,
So you're
offensive
wrong on
lineman
that.
or corner.
For
You went
first round.
Kool-Aid. I went.
Drink me some Kool-Aid, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
I'm not
I need
saying
a guy
you're wrong.
I need a guy. Well, we're not going to talk about this now. I need a plug-and-play fella.
You just said I'm wrong.
Between those two, I think you are.
I'm wrong.
That's not who I would have
We're going
chosen.
to have our first on-air fight.
Don't look at me for support on this one. I'm right there with Amy.
Yeah, exactly. Wait,
To me, like, yeah.
He's like quarterback.
Bail
it is.
me out
Great,
here.
bang ball.
Yeah.
We're all
Where's
done.
that Wilson ball? Because I feel like I'm on the island here. But, all right, so, Aim, I said I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about what went on up in New York for these first 2 games. The positivity, yeah, we can go forward with that, and that's what we're going with. But you gave me one thing. Give me something that really is concerned. What is the top of your concerns that this team is down 0-2, that they're coming back here? There's a plethora of them. But what's at the top of your list?
I don't know that I would have said this beforehand, but it's closeout games. Close the games out. If you think about it, you also had a chance to close out game 1. You got that to be a very manageable game. You had a chance to take the lead, chance to really kind of hammer it home. You didn't. You had a chance to do that with 40 seconds left, and you didn't. That's a little troubling for me right now in 2 games. I'm not saying they would have won game 1, but they game 2 if they were able to close it out. That finality of it, and there's just so many things that went wrong, and they all just compounded one on top of another on top of another. So the last shot you had to be kind of a prayer, but did it have to be a prayer? Did you have to have that exact play? There was a lot of things that I don't know that I thought that. I just thought there would be a lot better of a closing situation I saw in game 2. And even if you want to go back to parts of game 1 where you had a chance to really kind of extend it or fight back in it, and you didn't extend that kind of lead or desire to win.
So the ending of last night's game, follow me here because I know the question I want to ask, but I'm having trouble formulating it. Does it affect the Knicks more in a positive way that they pulled victory from the jaws of defeat? Does it affect the Sixers more in a negative way that they gave a win away to the New York Knicks? Or does that not affect either team maybe moving forward in game 3?
I will preface this by saying Josh Hart tweeted within like 5 minutes of the game ending, and he just said, "Oh, my God." That lets me know that they got away with one. They know that they stole that game. I think that helps them.
It helps the Knicks?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying it, but I'm not going to go so far as to say it's detrimental to the Sixers. I don't think that it's defeating to them. I don't think they're going to hang their heads walking into game 3, which I think could carry over. I think it's good that there's 2 days, or if this game was tomorrow, that would be a little bit. Also, why didn't we have an extra day in between? The Suns and Timberwolves, they played the same night the Sixers, and they played tonight, but that's neither here nor there. You give me a little extra time for Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey to get healthy. But no, I think if the game was tomorrow, you could have maybe a little bit of a hangover. But I will say it does help the Knicks to know that, listen, when push came to shove, we came out with the win. We didn't maybe earn it in ways that we thought, but we did earn it in the end.
So the reason I asked it is because, like a caller that we had earlier, I think it was Bill, talking about losing is a disease. You did have that Game 6 with Boston last year, in which Tyrese Maxey, Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid were a part of. You have that downfall in Game 1, whatever. You lost a tough game. A complete collapse last night. That's why I asked the question. Could it be in the psyche a little
like
bit?
Like a PTSD situation? Like you have a little bit of carry.
The day we started this show, we had on, I asked him, could last season come into play at all this season for the Eagles, or is that wiped out? Like, you're a former player. He goes, if you have a slow start and things start to go badly, last season comes flooding in. Yeah. The thoughts of it come flooding in. That's why I asked you, like, do you think that maybe the badness of last night creeps into these thoughts of, oh, my God, we can't close the game?
It happened. You wonder, I think that'll come up if the game is on the line again. But I would feel like because of that, you're going to be so much more receptive to whatever. You're going to be so much more reliant upon, all right, woo, here we are again. I know what's going to happen. Over a season, I think what B. West is probably talking about, the feeling you get, I would see you get that deja vu. But it also can happen on the flip side. In football, you always talk about the Super Bowl hangover. It's because everything is going right, and then all of a sudden you don't know what to do when it starts going wrong because you're so used to everything going right. So I don't know. Over a season, I could see it. In a game situation, you would hope that the PTSD or whatever you want to call it, the memory of the negativity comes back in and you have the opposite response because you know how it ends.
I hope they know how to have that opposite response, right?
Oh, we're not doing that again.
You know it's coming. Do you know how to combat it? Because they haven't so far.
Question.
So that is the big question. You're absolutely right. All right, we're going to close things out when we get back here. A couple more positive thoughts so that Ray can leave the station today with his head held high, with his hair maybe properly groomed, because it was a little disheveled earlier. But we'll have Ray feeling good about himself when this segment gets over. And we're going to need you to let him know that. 610-632-0975. Let us know your positive thoughts moving forward for these Philadelphia 76ers. Amy Fadul's been with us all day long, and what a pleasure it is. Bob Cooney, middays, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia's sports station for breaking news. Now, more with Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Always go with the big fatties up front. Yeah, that's right. Get me Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon. See, you guys are both idiots now. Now you got my Irish up a little bit. And I'm kidding. I was asked whether a cornerback or an offensive lineman. If I had my druthers for this Eagles draft.
This was the first pick.
Right, at number 22, I do. I think I'm going maybe with an edge rusher.
Okay,
wow.
That's not, okay.
This is sports talk radio, guys.
Okay.
You can't look at me and
but the
disdain.
question was, why? Okay, so why would you want a big fatty, as you called them? Very nice. I'm sure Powers Jackson is pleased with that description.
They do. They love to be called that.
They do.
Offensive linemen love to be called the big fatties.
Only when they're scoring touchdowns.
Asked them.
You asked the guy from Oregon.
Runyon, one time I said, do you mind if I call you the big fatty? He's like, no. He's not a big fatty anymore. He's all trimmed down.
Very thin.
Yeah.
But plug and play cornerback. That's what you're going with. It was the either or.
Well, here's another thing that I don't know. They have so many corners on this team.
Right.
Are we sure? Like Keely Ringo, they drafted.
Love Keely Ringo.
Yeah, they have.
Who else?
Got a safety. What's his face? I wasn't expecting to be
talking
about this.
We'll
so
talk about it on Thursday.
About it.
We're talking about
no, that's okay. They have an abundance of corners and safeties
for quality.
Okay, well, I guess Slay's starting. Now you have Rodgers back. You have Keely Ringo, who many like.
Ringo.
Sidney Brown's a safety that I think many think eventually is going to be a starter here. You have a lot of back-end players on this roster. Draft a plug-and-play guy means to say, well, the third-round picks and all of those guys that you build up over the last couple of years aren't good enough. I don't know if the Eagles are there to say that.
We'll talk about it on Thursday.
No, you got me all worked up.
I know. I did get his Irish up. Well, because we were talking about it.
And I appreciate him blaming you for this. Really? I played the audio. Josh pulled the audio. Great poll by Josh there.
Thanks,
Paying attention to the show, had it up, ready to go.
I got it.
Oh, yeah, you didn't tell him or anything.
No, I know, but it was a good job. He's listening.
I can hear when you talk to Amy when I'm sitting here. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you raced over there when you saw that I was talking and it wasn't to you. Yeah. You were like, use talkback for not just Mike 1?
Yeah. Mike 2.
Oh, listen to him with the radio talk.
Oh.
Attaboy.
Excuse me.
Ray, you're the best. You are the best. So, Ray, let me seriously ask you this.
How are you feeling?
Still bad.
Oh,
how are you? No, but in all honesty, so you come in this morning, you get up this morning. I know the bad feelings you have. You and I texted last night when the game was over, and I'm being like serious here that I understand it. I understand how 99.9% of the fandom felt after last night's game. That is the biggest kick in the stomach we've had since, well, probably a couple of months because this is Philadelphia sports. But do you, as the day goes on, tend to go towards the positive, flush it a little bit, or does it just stay with you until Game 3 starts?
It's going to stick with me, I think, until they hold serve at home. Frankly. No. Until they hold until it becomes a best of 3.
Until Game 5.
I think because ultimately you had the feeling of, okay, close out this 5-point lead with 40 seconds left, and you've done your job. You've split on the road. You've gotten that taken care of. Now I watch them I saw them outplay them for 47 minutes, and I can't shake the last 40 seconds. No matter where you want to slice up blame to where it went, they handed a game. You have 7 games to win 4. You handed one of your victories to the other team, and now you have to win 4. That gritty, grimy, continues to find ways. It's a talented group that, so far they have outplayed you. And you outplayed them in the game too, but in the moments that it mattered, they had you beat. They got that victory. I saw them in Game 1. I know in my head that the 76ers are the better team. When I hear Joel say that, I appreciate him saying that. I just can't believe it yet because it feels like you took one of the victories that you were supposed to have and you just handed it right to them. And whether you handed it to them, referee, I'm not going there. But when I look at the way the series flows, I get really discouraged at the idea that one of the victories I felt was a 76er victory was given to the Knicks.
One of the things we haven't brought up, though, and I'm in all seriousness here, they also took it. Dante, like somebody mentioned on our YouTube,
Hartenstein took the rebound.
Hartenstein took that rebound.
That's why I don't love using the phrase
DiVincenzo took those, but they wanted the ball.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that. If I ever it's pretty clear they wanted the ball more than you did. And that's a damning thing to say when, for 47 and a half minutes, not only were you the better team, you did a great job of keeping them from getting the ball when they wanted it, which is one of the, one of the descriptions of this New York Knicks team is they go after the basketball. You held them from doing that. You held them away from doing that for most of the game, two most important times. That's all they did. Wanted it more.
It was 10 to 12 in offensive rebounding. 12 offensive rebounds for the Knicks. Those last two offensive rebounds from Brunson first and then from Isaiah Hartenstein. That's it. That's the difference maker. So that I feel Ray in that. That's when you ask me, like, how do I feel about this whole game? I can't talk about the whole game. Because the whole game was amazing for the Sixers. But you can't look at that. You look at 30 seconds. And that's why it's so disappointing, because you did everything. It was a game that was yours to be taken, and you did not put that game in your pocket and leave with it.
And it's also
you left it there.
The emotional crash, too, of 47 and a half minutes of like, this is a team that's...
Of course.
Yeah, like you did feel like, hey, you just hold serve in these 40 seconds. It's 1-1.
Just don't do anything stupid.
And now it's okay, you just can't lose one in Philadelphia.
No, gosh, that's just... we're starting with positive. We're not even going to speak that into existence. No.
You can't lose in Philadelphia because you're the better team.
You have to win in Philadelphia.
Yeah, you have to win. We're going to spin it in a positive way.
No, you will win in Philadelphia.
Okay.
There we go.
We got there.
I'm trying.
360 right there.
Exactly.
I'm trying. I don't really believe it, though. I'm trying my best.
Also, what we've learned today, don't ever bring up anything bad about Joel Embiid in front of Ray. My
Or
God.
do. That was amazing.
That was pretty cool. Amy and I just sat here like, look at him go. Look at him go. It was like watching our kids ride their bicycle for the first time. It was like, go, Ray, go. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Got to tell you, the 1 o'clock hour is brought to you by Ferguson HVAC Line Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies for every heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. Amy, love you to death. Thank you so much for today.
Guys.
We will see you again on
Thursday.
Can't wait for that. Everybody else, wait for the best show ever. 97.5 The Fanatic.